a couple of shims in the side just to make sure they close. Yeah, but it was like, okay. And now I'm sort of like, I'm pretty sure I lost some weight beforehand, right? Like, I mean, now, so I think it would fit even better. But it's still, for me, like, that's the motivation of, you know, do I have that extra, like, ice cream, like serving an ice cream, or do I want to fit in? It's like, no. And I think about the armor, it's like, no, I want to be able to, like, really, I want it to fit better, right? And so it's like, okay. So it's a nice motivational thing.
And then eat the ice cream.
Well, there you go.
And I've heard stories of people who want to join, and they've used that goal of fitting into Stormtrooper armor to keep that motivation through their weight loss journey, so they can get to that point.
Now, I would be remiss if we didn't point out the fact that the original Stormtroopers were actually like ballet dancers, right? So like super skinny. And so the armor will always look disproportionate. I mean, if you're just a normal North American size, you need to buy bigger armor, because it was literally, that's why they didn't look like they had armor on, because they were like sticks wearing the armor, right? So it's one thing to keep note.
And to that point, something I really love about the Legion is we don't discriminate, right? If you have a goal of being a certain character or being in a certain costume, we're not, if you look like a Stormtrooper, whether you're a Stormtrooper this way or a Stormtrooper that way, if it fits you, we're going to get you in, right? If you want to be a Darth Vader and you're a Darth Vader here or you're a Darth Vader there, we're going to help you. And that's one of the things I love about this, is that everyone is welcome. You know, you don't have to look exactly like, you don't have to, I'm never going to be 115 pounds, right? It's just not going to happen. But
I'm a 5'1" snow trooper. I'm here and everybody's here, but hey, it works.
and that's what I love the most about it, is when I see in a build thread somebody saying, okay, I need some help, and everybody jumps on to sort of like, that's awesome. And they're there to help you out. And there's I've never seen, well, you know, maybe you should think of a different car. I've never seen that. And you see cattiness like that in other groups sometimes. Like, it's very rare, but generally it's from somebody who has no idea what cosplay is all about. And that's what I love about the community in itself, right? It's about like total acceptance. And it's just like people saying, okay, so how do we get this to fit perfectly on you and then make you feel like $1 million? And I think that's, for me, it's because I'm not, that's the same thing too. Like, I'm a husky guy as well, right? And so it's just like, if I want to be a like that TK, it's like, well, I got to put shims in, otherwise I'm going to have like huge gaps on the sides. And it's just like, you go on and there are people who are helpful, and there's no judgment. It's all like, okay, this is a great build thread for putting shims in, right? And it's like, oh, okay. And that's what it's about.
Questions asked. It's just, this is it.
Yeah.
I love it.
Yeah.
And something you also mentioned earlier is that when you were ready to join, you went to the experts, you talked to the folks in Canadian Garrison, and they helped you along that path. And when you have that help, you're able to get the costume quickly. You're able to get it so it's going to fit you properly. Because I think that's something a lot of people don't understand, is the different armor makers. There's ones for bigger guys, there's ones for smaller guys, for taller guys, for shorter guys. And when you go to your local Garrison, they can help you find the one's going to fit you best. Don't go to eBay. Don't go, always go to the experts. Come talk to your local troopers.
And those detachments have their own page.
The detachments.
Jolly
Roger detachment for all things pilot.
And it's again, like you say, it is an invaluable resource that will save you money too, because like you say, it's an expensive hobby, and it sucks if you buy something off of eBay and you kind of research it, but then you get burned because it doesn't fit. And you go to the members of the Garrison, and I have found, like, without any sort of reasonable, there's no doubt, like, I've always had somebody from the Garrison say, hey, you want some help, we're here, ask. And that's what I love about it too. It's like, and they legit want you to be able to join or to find what you need. Like, they legit just want to help you be happy. And I love that. It's just, and they'll say, hey, like, these are what other people have used, this is what I've used, and they open it. They don't say you must buy this, or they're not gatekeeping either. No. It's this whole, they provide you with options, or they say, this is what I use, this is what worked. You might want to talk with this person here, they use that. But I've always heard too, if you have any other questions, just ask. Like they always say, just keep asking questions. It's never a bother, and I love that.
Never a stupid question or anything.
Right.
I have
That's
yet
great.
to hear a stupid question about costuming.
Exactly.
No.
Yeah.
There are zero stupid questions.
Yeah.
So really quickly talking about costuming. So in the 501st, you have, is it 3 costumes? Is that right? You have an Imperial officer, a TIE pilot, then a reserve pilot?
That's correct.
Okay.
Currently.
Yeah, those are the 3.
All right.
I have to submit for approval. It was like a 24-hour build and it almost killed me. The Mandalorian Scout Trooper for just this past Halloween. Like I was like, oh my God, I almost killed myself. My wife almost killed herself helping me on that one because she's a seamstress in that. And so like big props to her for doing that. And then I have a Mud Trooper that I have to submit. I'm like 95% done on that one. I also have the staff officer uniform that I just need to submit to. So that's another couple more.
And a TK,
and then,
said.
a TK, that's
And a TK.
Don't forget
right.
that
And
one.
oh my God. And I also have a tank commander from Rogue One, and act that the same armor is just a different helmet from Rogue One as well. And oh my God, a TK, first order TK that's sitting in a box that I still need to
I also
trim
have
and
a
start.
first order TK sitting in a box.
Okay.
So I feel you on that. Mine's going to become a Phasma, but it is in a box.
That's
Mine is,
awesome.
it's like, I look at you know what stopped me? Were the gaskets. I looked at the gaskets, how the hell am I, it's not an undersuit? Oh my God. And I got them from Teresa Nuthall, who's fantastic.
Oh, I love
And
Teresa.
so, yeah.
Love Teresa.
She,
Shout out,
you know,
hi,
if you,
Teresa.
yes, hey Teresa. And she has the, cause she's got her company, and that like they suffered a huge loss just recently too, right? Like the building across from them was engulfed in flames, and Teresa was recovering from like almost cutting her finger off too, doing some stuff. Yeah. But it's so like she, you know, these are beautifully made and tailored, but I'm looking, I'm going, how am I supposed to put them on? And so I've just sort of put everything in a box, and I'll finish these, and then I'll go back to that. But the lovely thing is, a bunch of us in the Canadian Garrison bought them all together, and the pandemic stopped the armor parties. So once it starts up again, I think that's another thing I'm looking forward to, is hanging out with my friends in the Garrison and just building stuff together, right? So
Armor parties are the best.
Yeah.
Wonderful community. And thank you so much for mentioning Teresa. When we're talking about Star Wars family in the 501st, we are at a point now where we are large enough and we have longevity enough in our membership that sometimes tragic things happen, like what happened with Teresa's storefront, and our members come together and support each other.
Yeah.
You know, I joined the Legion right before Katie Johnson passed away. And so I was able to see how the Legion at that time was only about 3,000 or 4,000 people, and how we all rallied around Albin, our founder. And that has happened time and time again.
Always.
Ever since, where when one of us is hurting, we lift that person up.
Yep.
So, and I love that about our club.
I do too. We're family.
And no matter where you go in the world, I always tell people this: no matter where you go in the world, you're a phone call away from a local Legion member.
yeah.
You know, I had a car breakdown in Arizona in the middle of nowhere, and the Dune Sea Garrison took care of me.
Oh,
It was like I got on the words. I'm like, I need help.
that's incredible. I
Yeah,
love
they're
that. Oh
there.
my God, that's amazing.
That's awesome.
So, so talking a little bit about your costume. So you have the TIE pilot. Let's talk a little bit about the show that all the Star Wars fans know you from, right?
It's a
Talk
little
bit
show.
about
Just a
a
little.
little show, right? It was on Disney Plus or something, right? It just,
It's a boutique show. Yeah, just a little tiny.
yeah, it's just, you know, you play an X-wing pilot in
Yeah.
that.
Trainer.
And I'm obligated as a fellow Jolly Roger Squadron member. Do you consider yourself a traitor, going from TIE pilot to X-wing pilot?
You know, I'm kind of a sleeper agent. That's because
Sleeper
I
agent, I
play
like that.
I play both sides of the fence
That's what
there.
we're
I mean,
going with.
he says he served during Alderaan. He didn't say what side, right?
Oh.
So
Ah.
I mean, he's a complicated guy, right? You know, I honestly, it's so funny too. Yeah, just being a member of the 501st actually sort of pushed Filoni over the edge, because when we what happened was in 2018, I was visiting Los Angeles for the first time ever, and it was for something called the Unforgettable Gala. It's a celebration by the Asian American community for Asian Americans that are in the media, and it's a big sort of awards gala. And I was invited down there because I'm in a show called I was in a show called Kim's Convenience, which was just was pretty popular and great. Yeah, another little one.
Another little one.
And yeah, so they invite me down there, and that's when I bumped into Deborah Chow. Well, she jumped in front of me, and I knew Deborah from 25 years before, when I was just out of theater school, and she was just out of she wanted to get into film school, and that's when I met her. And I was actually in a short film that she shot, and then she disappeared. And then the next time I see her, she jumps in front of me at this Unforgettable Gala. She's like, "Do you remember me?" I'm like, "Yes, Deb. What the hell?" Like, and I hadn't seen her. I had no idea what she was doing. I said, "What are you?" It's like, "Oh my God, what are you doing?" And she said, "Well, that short film got me into Columbia Film School, and I became a director." I was like, "That's so cool." It's like, "Yeah." And so she was working. I said, "So what are you doing?" She's like, "Oh, I'm working on The Mandalorian." And it was just like, "You what?"
Here's my card.
Yeah, it's like, "You should." It's like, "Have you heard of it?" It's like, "Shut up." It's like, "Yeah, have I heard of it?" "Yes." "Are you working on it?" "Yeah." And I just wanted to. I've been trying to find a way to get in touch with you, because Dave Filoni is a huge fan of your work on Kim's, and he wants to write something for you. And I was just like, "Get out!" Like, I mean, I swore. I'm not gonna swear now, but it was like a big like F you. Like, it was just like, "Come on!" And I grabbed her and I was like, "You do realize I have a number of Star Wars cosplay at home?" She's like, "Oh, show it to me." And so I show her my approval pics for the 500, like for my tie, my staff, my line officer, and all. And she's like, "Oh my God, you send them to me." So I send them to her, and she texts them to Filoni, and then he texts back. He's like, "These are great. He could just show up." I mean, he's joking. He's like, he could just show up in show up on set in his costume, right? And that's yeah.
What a great hire, right? You come
Yeah,
prepared.
it's just like, oh my God. But it was like, it was so amazing. I mean, I was just so blown away by the fact that somebody that I knew was working on Star Wars. But not only that, they were talking to Dave. I mean, she's working with Dave Filoni and Jon Favreau, and they're saying, "Oh yeah, we want to write something for him." I'm like, there's a short circuit that happens in your brain that kind of, you can't. It's like, okay, when do the it's a hidden camera show, and like, when do people come out and go, "You ain't pranked," right?
Yeah.
And yeah, and then to take it to that next level where it's like, to visit the set and to meet these giants, these heroes of mine. I'm just like, because I'm a fan, right? Mm-hmm. And so I'm losing my mind to be able to be on set and watch them shoot, watch Deborah work and watch Dave work, and to see the volume up in person, and then to see Baby Grogu before it even dropped. And I remember seeing that going, "What the hell is that? Like, this is going to melt the internet." And they're like, "Shh, don't tell anybody." I'm like, "Are you kidding? I'm not going to ruin this surprise for anybody." Like, it was like, that's it. It's going to break the internet when this thing drops.
Right.
And it was my God. So to be on a sort of ground level of that, just by pure ass luck, it feels like it was just like, and then to get that call 6 months later to say, "Hey, Lucasfilm, they're asking for your availability." And I was like, yes, 1,000 times yes. Like, I don't care what I need to do. I'll blow up bridges. I will kidnap pets. I will do anything to do this thing, right? And I had no idea what the part was, because it was just like, it was a straight up offer. Yeah, and I was like, but it's surrounded by a shroud of secrecy, because they know how awesome it is when audiences get surprised, right? And with Baby Grogu, I mean, they held that. They did it so well.
No one
and it's
knew
so
it was
funny
coming.
too. Yeah, and it's so funny too, because then everybody, it was kind of a victim of its own success, because everybody wanted one, but because they kept it so secret, did not develop or released any toys about it, right? And so, like, they were kind of mad. It's like, "Well, we could have made all this money off of it." It's like, you'll still make that money.
Oh yeah.
But the reaction you got from the fan base is worth more than $1 billion, worth more than $1 trillion. Like that is something that will, that we're rarely surprised anymore as a fan base, because there's spoilers and leaks, and some people are very good about no spoilers. I won't even watch a trailer. I'm cheap. I'm like, there's something out there. What is it? I need to see it. Right? I'm terrible that way.
It's hard to stay away.
Yeah, and so when something does genuinely catch everybody off guard, oh, that's it. It's just you kind of go, yeah, you remember when it used to be like that? When you would be surprised at the movies and kind of go, wow, that was amazing. It was such a shock.
Rare anymore. It really is.
Yeah.
That's one of the reasons why Star Wars did so well in 77, because no one knew going in what to expect.
Yeah.
I don't know if you've watched the original trailers on YouTube, but the original trailer would not have prepared you for that Imperial class Star Destroyer coming down across the screen.
Nope.
Mind blowing. All right. So I wanted to ask you a little bit about your co-pilot. You have that Dave Filoni actually got to be your co-pilot to Captain Teva. Was he a good co-pilot? Like,
well, technically I outrank him, which is hilarious because Dave kept bringing that up. He kept saying, well, you're the captain. So it's like, yeah, that's right. You listen to me. But, it's funny because Dave, he really doesn't like being in front of the camera, which is hilarious. But I think part of him likes it enough that he puts himself in that position. But it was also like a great chance, like excuse for him to just sort of hang out and play a little bit too, right? Because he was reprising his role from season 1 and sort of bringing him up to season 2. And that was fun. Just sort of see, and Peyton Reed gave him such a hard time, which was awesome. I mean, we were there and we were supposed to be shooting the ice spiders. And he's like, now give me a yeehaw. Like, play him like a big hillbilly. And he had Dave do all these things. And it's like, I knew none of that was going to be in the edit. They're just going to keep this all in a great big reel that they're going to drop on Dave at a certain point. But he's, it's great. He's just, Dave is like a nerd's nerd, and he finds ways of bringing, because he's so intelligent too, and he knows so much about the history and all the significance. And so any Easter egg that you might see, he and John are masters at layering those in, and not just for the sake of, wouldn't it be cool, but like it has some sort of significance. But then Dave goes another level deep on that, and he'll put little things that are important for him and sneak them on, and no one will ever see them, but you'll see that, like, he knows that they're there. And if you're part of the crew that day, or you see it, like, that it's there. So his R5 unit, he had a little yellow triangle on it. And that was because he's a huge Pittsburgh Penguins fan.
Yeah.
And so he's always got
Garson's area. Yeah.
So he's got that, right? So it's like this really cool stuff. And like, his helmet game was upped from season 2, season 1, right? Season 2, he's got the gray with the wolf symbol on it, right? The trapper. And like, so he's really leveled up in that sense. And I think it's super cool. Like, I love that. And he is just, he's a great human being. He's like super sensitive to what the fans what they need. He doesn't always, he's not going to listen to everything the fans tell him to do. Like, he doesn't pander. Like, it's one of those things where he's like, there's a self-assuredness in terms of his storytelling and the choices that he makes. And that's what I love about it too. It's just like, with Dave, the story comes first, which is awesome. And I think he's done a great job so far. And it was just a lot of fun to hang out with him and shoot those scenes.
So I think he was a good wingman for him.
Yeah, I think he was a pretty. He specifically wrote a part, so I think that makes him a pretty good wingman.
I think originally, they wanted Deb to reprise her role in it, but she was busy doing Obi-Wan. And so it was just
darn.
like, yeah, who are you gonna get? And it's like, okay, come on, Dave, you got to go in. So he went.
Yeah, let's see. Be an X-wing pilot for a day. Direct Obi-Wan.
Yeah. Very hard decision on that.
That's a hard decision. That's a Sophie's choice for a Star Wars fan right there.
Well, none of the directors wanted to actually act in it, though. I mean, that's the other thing about directors. A lot of them really don't want to be in, they'd rather be behind the camera than in front, right? So, but I think it's really nice that they were made to kind of do that anyways. It's a nice tip of the hat to them, I think, from season one. It was lovely to see their faces.
Definitely.
I really enjoyed that scene when the 3 pilots come in. I'm like, wait, that's Filoni. it's the directors. You know, I thought that was such a fun little moment. You know, I don't know if it's like a tip of the hat.
Little nod.
Yep. Their hard work, or you know, and how did they convince them to get in the cockpits to actually do this? All right. So I want asking on a Rebel Legion costume. Rebel Legion is a sister club to 501st. You have plans to use your character to apply to the Rebel Legion so that when you costume out at events, you could be like, no one will ever be as accurate as me.
Well, it's funny.
I have literally stepped off the screen.
Yeah, but it's funny because if I wore that, if I was able to like sneak down and get the wardrobe and wear it and submit, I would not be approved. Like my costume would not be approved from the standards. You have to create an all new CRL just for that character, like they would have to with the Rogue One pilots with Blue Squadron and whatnot, because like the code cylinders, they're different. They're not the regular standard, so they're it's a different. I was looking at them going, oh, that's going to drive people crazy because they're different shapes. It's like, okay, the belt. I mean, it's stuff that was grandfathered down from Rogue One that was passed down, right? So like the belt flares, the leg flares, the boots are different. The flak vest is definitely from Rogue One, as is the chest box. I think they were from Far and Away Creations. They did the actual construction of all those. And it was interesting too, because I think somebody reached out to me and said, hey, like, I know this is weird, but did you get a chance to look inside the actual chest box to see if there was a number written in there? Because we numbered them all. And if there was one, that would confirm that they're still using our chest boxes for the Mandalorian. And I was like, oh man, that's such a deep cut. I was just so jazzed to put on the jumpsuit and like play. I didn't even look at any of that stuff, right?
You need to repress the roll now and go back.
Yeah, exactly.
I would have been there with a measuring tape, like taking reference pictures.
Well, but I mean, it's everything it's super. They have everything on lockdown, right? And it's just like, you want to. It's interesting because I get a lot of people asking me, like even from the badge that he gives the Cara Dune's character, people ask me like, was it 3.75 inch or 3.25? I'm like, I don't know. And so they ask, well, can you measure your hand and send me the measurements of your hand? Because then we can extrapolate from that. And I'm like, these people are geniuses. That's how you get that, you know, you can approximate. And it's like, but to want to get it to within 0.25, you know, a quarter of an inch, I think it just speaks to the passion of the community of wanting to make it right. And so I get it too when the scout troopers, the knee pads are on upside down, how much it kind of drove everybody crazy. But at the same time too, I kind of love it because it's like, well, it's canon now.
Exactly.
Unique to that one specific version of a scout trooper.
It's got to be like that. And you know, I mean, the wardrobe department, they didn't want that to happen. And I know everybody screams, oh, you know, oh, they should have had somebody from the 501st. And it's good to have an advisor, but there's so many moving parts in a production like that. Like you have no idea. And that, as much as they want it to be everything right, it takes second place to telling the story properly and making sure that the story gets out. And a knee pad, yeah, I get that it would be interesting. It would be like kind of like annoying, but if it pulls you out of the story so badly that you're not enjoying the show because the knee pads are on upside down, I think it's time to switch to decaf and just really sort of take stock in what, you know, what's going on, what's important here. And it's great because it becomes part of that great lore, right? Something that is like, those are on upside down. And if you didn't know that, here's a cool little nugget. It's like Admiral Green Jeans sitting in the background with his watch and stuff like that. Like that's something really cool about the imperfections make a series great.
It's like,
you know, the Stormtrooper
with the duct tapes. It
Yeah,
does.
with
Yeah.
the duct tape, going all the way back to A New
add
Hope.
to that.
Yeah.
You know, it's part of
Yeah. And I love that. It's like the Stormtrooper clocking his head on the door in the Death Star in A New Hope. You got to keep that stuff in because that's what gives it the character, right? I love those imperfections. And the thing is, back then they didn't have high def version where somebody's literally going through frame by frame, because that's how you're gonna. That's the only way you're gonna find this stuff, is going frame by frame through it. And it's like nothing should have to withstand. I mean, this is not the Zapruder film. It's not, this is it's storytelling. It's Star Wars on TV. Let's enjoy it, right?
Exactly.
But I love that.
So let me ask you this question. Han's jacket on Hoth, blue or brown?
That's the thing, right? I grew up thinking it was blue, but it was actually brown. And because of the lighting, it became.
Yep.
And so when you see the screen use version, you're gonna go, that's not the right color. That's you're trying to steal from me or something, right? But you look at that and it's really funny too, because it's like the Mandalorian's jumpsuit. Is it that dark gray or is it brown? And it's both, right? Because like season 1 it was one color and they changed it in season 2.
And they changed it for season 2. I got talking on Twitter with a costume designer, or not well, he was in the costuming department for the sequel trilogy, and I asked the question. I said, your department, when you're creating a new costume piece or a new character, do you ever sit there and cackle just a little bit, like, let's watch the fans figure this out? And he replied, he said, yes, we do. Like, I remember when BB-8 rolled out on the stage the very first time, and my husband's a member of the Droid Builder Club, and he's like, we all, like, our brains flip, like, how did they do this? And then a couple years later, when Dio rolled out on stage at Celebration Chicago, he was down in the R2 Builders room, and he said everyone was all excited, and that dang droid rolled out, and everyone in the Droid Builders room went, like, oh,
yeah. I mean, I love that, because it's like the game's afoot, right? Like there's something out. And the race is on.
Sketching it out, 5 minutes after that trailer dropped, like, okay, let's see, we have to have a balancing pivot here. And it's
lovely.
That's one of the things I love about the Star Wars fan community is, and have you been to Celebration, Polly?
That's on my bucket list. It's I missed, I couldn't do Celebration Chicago, which was the one before, just because it was so close to Toronto. But I was working and I couldn't, I was shooting, right? So it's like, I can't take a weekend off to go and celebrate Star Wars, right? Like as much as I wanted to. And so, no, I have not, but I've heard such great things.
You're going to love it.
It's almost like, pardon, but it's almost like Mecca for Star Wars fans. Everywhere you look at Star Wars, everything you hear is Star Wars, everything you smell is Star Wars, and you're surrounded by 20,000 of your new best friends.
Yep.
Yeah.
And it's a wonderful, wonderful environment for Star Wars fans. And I was going to ask, so hopefully we'll get to see you in Anaheim at Celebration.
Fingers crossed.
Fingers crossed. Yeah, hope, unless Mandalorian 3 comes up and you're on set, I hope that we get to see you in Anaheim.
That would be great. Yeah.
Your lips to God's ears.
There we go. Dave, can you hear me?
Exactly.
In Filoni we trust. In Filoni we trust.
That's right.
Yep.
Yes.
Well, we are coming up on our hour for
already. Wow.
I know,
right?
Wow.
I could talk to you for another couple hours. This is when you get Star Wars fans together, we got a lot to talk about.
Yeah.
Awesome. All right. Is there anything you'd like to leave? Anything else you'd like to comment on for the fans, for your fellow 501st members? Anything you'd like to leave us with?
Just a huge thank you to the fans, everybody who's reached out to me, people who supported me for being on The Mandalorian. In so many ways, it was like it's this Star Wars nerd's dream come true. And to be able to sit in that cockpit and to dress up and to be part of that world, and then to have the reaction of the fans be so accepting of that and so supportive and so happy and wanting to know that story and kind of living vicariously through my stories. I just want to say thank you. I realize that I I've gotten a chance to do something that everybody dreams about doing, and that hasn't escaped me. And I'm so humbled by that and by the support. And I'm glad I did everybody proud as well. But don't ever feel bad about asking about it, because I love talking about it. Anytime anybody wants to know anything about what went on, I'm more than happy to share these stories, because these stories are what bring us all together, and what connects us all is our love for this franchise. And the only thing I want to leave everybody else on is just that, remember what fandom is about. It's about celebrating the fact that we love Star Wars, we love these same things, and people will love different aspects of Star Wars. And if you don't like it, that's cool too. You don't have to be a gatekeeper. You don't have to say, oh, well, that's really dumb. You can just support the fact that they found something that they loved, and we can celebrate that together, because it is a family. At its best, that's what fandom is. And to celebrate that, and to really, really bring it up to a positive level, and just like enjoy what we have. That's it.
Well, Aaron, should we do a little special check?
We should do a special check, I think, Gina.
Yeah. Ready?
Anybody got one of these?
Where's my? Hold on.
Oh no!
It's in my pocket.
He's got it.
We got it. There we go. All right. All right, Polly, if anyone wants to follow you on social media, where can they find you?
Yeah, you can find me on Instagram under @AngryUppa. You can also find me on Twitter @BitterAsianDude. I'm on YouTube, Bitter Asian Dude Inc. And I have a fan page. And I also have not a fan page, a website, bitterasiandude.com.
Okay.
You can follow me, and there are links to, it's all connected. It's all this big web. So yeah, please follow me, and we can talk about Star Wars.
Star Wars, that's the best thing.
A lot of fun to talk about Star Wars. Well, I needed to say, Polly, thank you for being part of our family.
Thanks, Sheena.
Love it.
I love it. Thank you.
And just as a reminder for everyone watching, click that link below or above or to the left or to the right. Make a donation if you've got a couple extra bucks to the First Robotics. Help support the kids in the STEM technologies. Thank you so much for watching, and we will catch you in the next hour. Bye.
Thank you, guys.
Hi, everyone. I'm Nikki, DZ8397.
And I'm Marcus, TK14057.
And we're your hosts for this segment of the 501st Legion's program 1138, celebrating 50 years of Lucasfilm. And we're joined by Kim Smith and John Goodson. Both Kim and John have worked as model makers for Industrial Lights and Magic, also known as ILM. And just a small sampling of some of the films that one or both of them have worked on over the years are Indiana Jones and the Last Crusade, Star Trek, The Undiscovered Country, Galaxy Quest, Pirates of the Caribbean, Harry Potter and the Chamber of Secrets, and of course, the Star Wars prequel trilogy. So welcome to our program, Kim and John.
Thank you.
Yeah, thanks for having us.
So did you both join ION at about the same time? And what were your first projects you guys worked on?
Body Wars, and we did arrive at the same time in '88. We arrived within a month or two of each other. John had done a little bit of work, very short work, a couple of years earlier, sort of as a.
I wasn't paid. I was here. I had a friend I went to high school with, a guy named Tony Hudson, who had gotten a job in the creature shop, and I came out to visit Tony for 5 weeks and lived on his couch. And they were doing the whales for Star Trek IV. So they're animatronic whales. They were 4 feet long. And so I was hanging out with those guys, and we went and did a location shoot up in San Mateo in a high school pool. And I wasn't an employee, but I was doing the video playback for them and just getting to hang out, which was really cool. So.
Yeah, so our first formal job at ILM was Body Wars, which was for Disney's Epcot Center.
Okay.
Yeah, it was a lot like Star Tours, except you get miniaturized and you go through the human body.
Mm-hmm.
And it was one of Elizabeth Shue's first acting roles, which is kind of interesting.
I worked on a giant heart. we had different people working on different parts of the body, a huge, stage of different sets of different body parts. But mine was the heart.
Yeah. Or we had a birthday party for Harley Just, the art director, between the two halves of the brain.
Yeah.
So I was curious, out of everything you've worked on, what would you find was either your most challenging or your most time intensive prop or scene to work on?
Enterprise E.
Yeah, I would say the Enterprise E from Star Trek First Contact was that was a horror show. It really was. We got the model done, but it was
And it's beautiful.
yeah, but it was so arduous to get there. We wound up so behind schedule. Combination of things that, for me, building the Enterprise, I was the model shop supervisor. It was kind of like going off to find God, kind of. It was such a big deal to me to build the Enterprise. And we just had a lot of problems with it. And they came to do a publicity shoot for it they're going to put it in the poster. And it's funny, I can tell you to the day from the photographs, because the Enterprise changed shot by shot. It was shot in sequence, which is unusual. But for the poster, didn't have these parts that were in the back of the saucer. There were these little shuttle bays. Well, they were just open. And you could see the neon lights inside of it. And there's a poster for First Contact where the Enterprise is racing away. And you can see inside the model, you can see the neons through these holes that are in the back. And we didn't have the sensor dish. And the sensor dish went through some changes because they decided to shoot a big live action sequence on the dish with these Borg. And so they had to build a full size set. Well, we had a very curved, beautiful compound curved area where that all occurred on the miniature. But because they're building a set, it became very planar because that's what sheets of plywood yield. And so we had to go back and cut that section of the Enterprise out with it on stage, mounted on a rig with the camera in there. We had to cut that section out and replace it without moving the model, which was a challenge. But yeah, but that whole thing, the project, it came out fine. But like I said, the Enterprise changed from shot to shot. I can point out as the sequence of shots happens of the ship, the things that are changing. The engines change, the sensor dish changes, the little docking ports changed. It was kind of, yeah, that was a tough one.
Typically, of course, they tell us to bring it to 90%, 80%, somewhere in there when it goes on stage, and then you do it to shot. You finish it to shot.
Well, you get it off the construction budget, you get it on the stage support budget.
Right. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. And the big thing, of course, is they'll often say they'll never see that. They'll never see with that, which is the code for they'll definitely see it because they're going to change the shot and you're going to see it. So you better check it out. That happens virtually every single time somebody says they'll never see it.
And that reminds me of another video I had watched, John, that you were on, where, you were setting up the Razor Crest, and they're like, you're trying to ask them, so you're only going to see this part, right? And they're like, well, we're going to see that part and this part and this. So that was also complicated, huh?
Well, that was because what they did was we were in the process. John Knoll was building the motion control camera system, and I was working on the model. And then they decided suddenly they wanted to show a shot at Celebration. And I was like, we don't have a model and he doesn't have a camera. We're a little premature on this. And so we talked about it. And what they initially said was that they would do a shot where it's just from the front and you'd see the Razor Crest just rock and roll a little bit. And that would be it. And I'm like, okay, I can build the front and get the engines on there. We can do enough to get that shot. That'll be fine. And John cobbled together parts of the motion control system and he rented a Cooper system to drive it with. But we got it all together enough to do it. And then they came back with what the shot actually was. And now it's 2 shots. And now the Razor Crest comes towards you with it banked. It's banking to the left. So it comes towards you. So you see the front, the right side, the bottom, and the back as it goes by. And then the next shot is it comes by and it's tilted down. So you see the front, the top, the back. So I said, so you're seeing everything but like the driver's side mirror. we really narrowed this down to something manageable. So we got it done and we shot it, but the ship didn't have any weathering or anything at that point. And it looked like a mirror, which looked really cool. It looked really cool. It had no scale, but it looked really cool. But we got the shot.
All of us at Celebration thought that was really cool. So it worked.
It worked, but that was a challenge. That was definitely a challenge.
So it's been probably like 8 or 9 years. John, you were at a convention, and Kim, you were there too. Northern California, I think in Petaluma. You mentioned that a bunch of you guys went into like a building supply store and picked out things and looked at it all different angles. And the lady behind the counter just said, "Oh, aren't you work for Island, right?" So what were one of your favorite finds, I guess, at those stores, or even at flea markets, or finding stuff in your garage?
Oh gosh.
Mhm. Well, one store that we used to frequent a lot up here, which wasn't a hardware store, although we frequent those too, was a Dollhouses and More. And they definitely knew us there because we could get, a lot of little miniature stuff there for free. Not for free, obviously, but we didn't have to make it.
Yeah, that's the thing about this stuff is, anytime we go someplace there's a hardware store,
Mhm.
I like to walk through and just look at everything
Look at
because you
shapes.
just don't know what it is. I mean, I went to a pool supply place and there was this
Mhm.
little floating pool filter thing, and it was really, really cool. And so, you never know where those happy accidents will happen where you'll find something that you can just use. And like Kim's saying, instead of having to build it all, if you can find something where you can actually you augment that or it adds to what you're already doing, it puts you that far ahead. And it was funny because one of my friends, he found a Dyson vacuum cleaner and he
Mhm.
tore that thing apart, and it's got such great shapes, and he's made this kind of engine thing out of it. And it's so cool. It's just a found, but yeah, anytime there's something like that, whether it's a surplus store or a hardware store or, even Home Depot, just go walk around and see what you see. And, even if you don't use it now, you're kind of in your head, you're like, oh, I remember there was, maybe you can go back and find it. There's a scrapyard called Maselli's that's in Petaluma. And I love Maselli's because they've got, I don't know, 2 or 3 acres of just junk. And you can walk around back there. And I had to build it was a laser gun. It was a laser on a tripod that was for, I think it was for, oh, what's it called? ILM. It's the unit that does like the VR stuff. I can't remember the name of it right now. But they needed this thing, and they called me, and I got a call on my phone, and they're like, "Oh, we need it for tomorrow." And I didn't respond to the call. I'm like, "Tomorrow, really?" Then they came to my office, and that was like at 3 o'clock, and they said, "We have to have this thing," and I'm like, "Then I have to leave right now." So I borrowed a tripod from the motion capture stage downstairs, and I went to Maselli's, and for $60, I bought a lawn chair that would swivel. I bought a little column out of a banister thing that had flutes in it. I bought a piece of right angle aluminum and some tubing. And with that junk, overnight, by 10 the next morning, I had their laser cannon that they could assemble. The guy said to assemble it. They wanted that action and put it on a tripod. But it was, $60 worth of junk from Maselli's and, stuff I had in the garage. And overnight, had a laser cannon tripod thing.
We even like health and beauty products. I was saving. Had little. I wear contact lenses, and there was a kind of a cleaner cylinder that had a platinum disc in the bottom that had cool shapes. So for a while, I was saving those for us to use, for John to use, particularly in um, models. Also, he likes to use razor heads, and then I have these little currently used like 1-day contests, and they come in a little cup that has a great shape. But especially one thing we look for always are cone shapes, because cone shapes are harder to make. Mm-hmm. So if you can find something that's like a cone shape and you can make a mold out of it and cast it that way, it really helps to get pre-made shapes. So I love hardware stores too. I can spend hours and hours in a hardware store.
Yeah. Well, the thing comes about disposable razors, I love them because they're cheap and you get a lot of detail, and you can take those and you can make all kinds of stuff out of those. I mean, you just have to be careful the razor blade part's not exposed where somebody can get it, but they're beautiful just for their complexity and the low cost and everything. And it was funny because on episode 1, Gavin Bouquet, the production designer, they chose, it was Lady Chic?
Yeah.
I had it back then. I'm like, okay, I'm saving this. I'm not using it as a razor anymore.
Exactly.
Well, I saw Gavin after the movie. I walked up and punched him in the shoulder. He goes, "What?" And I said, "It's for user that you could obviously tell was a razor. You guys didn't do enough to kind of change it, but they're a great foundation for stuff." So anyway.
But even the handles from disposable razors can be handy
Yeah.
for detailing on things.
Mhm.
Anywhere, any type of store. The
So
dollar store.
Well, you
So
just never know what
speaking of anywhere, have you like hidden any Easter eggs or anything like that, or your names or any like thing that only you know about and makes you smile when you think about it in any of your props or models that you've done?
John has. I don't think I've ever done that. I put my name in stuff, but most on the inside, and nobody would ever see that. But I think John will do things that are a little bit more obvious than that.
on occasion. I mean, my favorite one, it's one I've talked about a lot, was that I was walking, it was at lunchtime one day, and I was walking by, they were shooting part of Naboo, the city, and we had all these buildings that were at about 1/24 scale. And so they would take these buildings and kind of reconfigure them, and they were in like about a 40-foot by 40-foot block, and they would reconfigure them to be different parts of the city. And I was walking by it, and they had all this beautiful topiary stuff and flowers, and all the roofs had grass. And I looked at it, and I was like, somebody would be mowing the grass all the time out here. So I went back, made a little lawnmower with it. It's got the grass bag and everything, and a little gas can. And I went back out there and I put it on one of the rooftops, and I just walked off and left it. And they shot for about 6 weeks, and those guys kept moving it and putting it in the shot each time. And I have yet to ever see it. And I've got the lawnmower and the gas can, but it was funny because it was just this little thing. And for episode 2, I was going to make a riding mower to put out there, and I just never got around to it. So but that was my favorite one, I think. But it's tempting. You're bored out of your mind. It was funny because the Enterprise E, that was funny. I was at Comic-Con, and we were doing a thing talking about starship design. And this guy stood up to ask a question. He said, I have a question. He goes, I was working on that for Nemesis, one of the movies where they had done a digital version of it. And they had scanned the Enterprise E model. And they found this thing up in the front end on top of the saucer. I think there are 5 large windows that are on this horizontal section of it. And if you look down inside, there's actually a dimensional conference room with a little table and chairs and stuff. But on the floor, there's a chalk outline of a body. And I said, so I have a question, then we found this thing and there's a chalk outline of a body. What was that? And I said, that was me being really bored. I didn't think anybody would find this. And then Prop Store had the model back. Somebody else has purchased the model, and they converted the lighting over from the original incandescent and neon over to LED. And they also found the room, sent me this picture going, what's up with this? And I'm like, yeah, okay, I'll tell you the story, But yeah, you work on these things for so long, you get bored with them. You stick stuff on them. And it's funny, on Attack of the Clones, one of the ships, the ship that all the stormtroopers are marching up into, I think I was using Mach 3 razors. I don't remember who the manufacturer was. And I put the razor blades on the back of the ship as part of the detail. And then in the film, I'm looking at it, I'm like, I could see it. It's like, there it is. There's the back of the razor blade. Just little things like that. So anyway.
Speaking of organic things, I read somewhere that you guys were so, used realistic stuff for like the Naboo rooftops. And one day somebody mentioned like flowers were moving, but actually they were ants, like eating up whatever sweet stuff you put down there to mimic whatever it was. Do you remember that?
I remember ants. I mean, we did, on Mission to Mars, we used Nestle's Quick for the surface of Mars.
Yeah.
But I think that set was only up for a day, and we were up and, we had it up and we shot outdoors and we took it back down. And that was an interesting problem because
Ants.
Well, just because I didn't know what I was going to do, because we were going to shoot this thing called the Remo. It's a satellite, and they've landed on the surface of Mars. They've used this thing as kind of an emergency ship to get to Mars. And so they wanted an establishing shot of it laying there and the astronauts walking away. So we were going to have an 8-foot by 8-foot section of the Mars landscape with the ship on it. And so what we did, we got rubber foam, 1/2-inch rubber foam, and glued together 2 sheets. So we had an 8-foot by 8-foot piece, set up 2 stage tables, and then we could lay this rubber foam on it. And Kim matched the color. A guy named Andrew Neskaromny was the art director up in Canada. And he sent me some samples of what they did. They painted 100 acres in Canada red. And I asked Andrew, I said, is there not an environmental protection agency in Canada? Because I don't think you can paint 100 acres down here with paint. He goes, yeah, up here you can do that. And X-Files did it. They painted a rock quarry red so it looked like the South, So that was something they did up there. So he had sent me samples. And we're 2 days before the shoot, and I'm laying there laying in bed in the morning thinking about it. What am I going to do? And my daughter was little, so we had Nestle's Quick. We had chocolate. We had strawberry. So I went down and I put a little bit of each in a Ziploc bag, took them to work, and the chocolate was a perfect match. So we got 60 pounds of Nestle's Quick. Kim painted a bunch of cat litter and some lava rock. And the beauty of the rubber foam, the beauty in the rubber foam and the rubber foam sheet, the beauty of that was that we could create topography just by sliding a sandbag under it or anything. And we suddenly got a hill. We got terrain out of it. So we could very quickly adjust the terrain to camera so that we get exactly what we wanted. But that combination of the lava rock, the foam being painted, the cat litter, and the Nestle's Quick made a really good Mars. But yeah, long term, it would be an ant problem for sure.
Yeah.
So
we have used very simple stuff for crowd scenes. That was also something you were thinking of, right? Is that one of the things that you were wondering if we were using tricks to indicate crowds or crowds in particular?
Yeah.
Were you asking about that?
It was something else than crowds. It was something for the Naboo buildings that was used on the.
Well, you know, the mice got into the buildings between episode 1 and episode 2, and they ate a lot of the little flowers and stuff because they were organic, but they had been preserved. But the mice, they did a number on the buildings. There was a lot of damage done, so there was a lot of rework that had to be done for episode 2.
Oh wow!
So they definitely chewed them up between films.
Yeah.
So is there any, I guess, scene or something that you built in miniature, but then you hear from someone later on who watched the movie and they just flat out would not believe that wasn't a full-scale item? Is there some? Have you ever come across that where they're like, "No, we don't believe you. That had to have been full size"?
Well, it was funny on season 2 Mandalorian, Moff Gideon's cruiser. It was interesting to watch the debate about whether that was a miniature or a digital model.
Okay.
Because they wouldn't confirm it for quite a while. They wouldn't confirm that. So it was interesting to watch that kind of being ping ponged around on YouTube and whatnot.
Uh-huh.
So and then they finally came out and yes, it was a miniature, but it's a combination. It's CG and miniature.
Right.
But yeah.
Of course, if something is slightly smaller than it is in real life, it's still and so Pirates of the Caribbean, we made the Interceptor, the version that we had at ILM was, I think it was 28 feet long or something. So it was a very big miniature, but it looked like the real thing. It absolutely did. I don't know if anybody be confused. I think they just assumed that it was the real thing, and they did have some full-size versions of it, and they, in the Caribbean. But the one that we made looked very, very convincing on screen.
It's funny. I remember the shot of the Black Pearl lying on the beach, I think in the second movie. It's lying on the shore and it's kind of on its side. And it was interesting because we used to have backlit blue screens. That was a kind of a thing you had to have. And the really big blue screen was probably over 20 feet tall and it was probably about 20 feet wide. And it was a big metal box. And inside of it had fluorescent tubes. But the thing with the fluorescent tubes, they had to convert them from alternating current to direct current because AC has the flicker in it and DC is constant. And that flicker would have shown up in motion control. So those blue screens, they were a big deal, and it had fans and all kinds of stuff in it. It was a huge piece of technology. But around the time of Pirates 2, that wasn't necessary anymore, and they decided to scrap that blue screen. So they gutted it, and they took the big metal box and they laid it on its face so that now it's a box that's about 3 feet tall. And we covered that whole thing in sand and put the Black Pearl up on top of it. And so that's that in shot. That's a shot of the Black Pearl on the beach. Is it sitting on? That was the last job the blue screen did, was to be the beach for that shot. Kind of a sad end, but
not quite its initial purpose, but it still got a job to do.
It still was in show business.
I remember once being asked to try to trick out the Enterprise E, a very small section of the Enterprise E, for people, so that it would look like they would composite little people on to be walking around on the surface, and it was a really pretty much impossible. But I got really far with it. It actually took me a couple days, believe it or not, but it meant that I had to wear goggles and goggles and goggles, and I had to carefully dust or scrape the surface to get rid of, I mean, the tiniest bit of paint would look like a boulder through the camera.
Wow.
It was interesting that they even wanted to try to do this, and it was sort of flattering that they thought I could do it.
We'd run out of budget. We were going to build a big scale model of that, and we didn't have the money for it. So that was the fix. But, you know, and that's the shot where three of the Enterprise crew magnetized their space boots and they're walking on the underside of the saucer. And you were wearing, they weren't just goggles, you were wearing magnifiers.
Yeah, I was wearing magnifiers, and magnifiers on top of magnifiers. It was to do that, and it was pretty stressful. After that, I actually had to wear readers of a much higher magnification than prior to that. And I think ultimately they did have to do either, I don't know if they fully replaced it with CG, but they did some work to it to make it, you know, make it believable as full size. But I swear the size of the area that I was supposed to do, I think it was like this.
It was very small.
It was 15 inches by 15 inches or something. And to make that look real on, you know, a 4K screen, or maybe it was 2K at the time, I don't know. That was, I mean, I thought, yeah, they really must think a lot of me. I think that I can do this. So we did get pretty far with it, I have to say. It looked reasonable, but not probably quite as good as we wanted it to. So I think they did some enhancements to it. It actually is in the, it's the Wikipedia, it's the, what's the Star Trek Wikipedia or something like that. They did a story on it. Somebody wrote something about that effort.
Okay.
Which was pretty cool.
Were there any concepts that you came up with that you were really proud of, or models you were working on that just didn't quite make it into the final, onto the screen, and you were disappointed about it?
No, I can't remember anything. I was actually proud of everything.
Well, we did there was a lot of concept work done on the prequels, and not all of that stuff made it to the screen, you know, because there was so much of it.
Yeah, that's true.
And there was one concept ship that I designed. Well, George talked about a sailing ship, kind of like some kind of like a glider almost with long wings. And I came up with a design while I was on the East Coast in the middle of the night. I was back east for Christmas. And I came up with this idea. And then I came back to work, and on lunch break, I made this model of it. It's like, 10 inches tall. And the thing that was really interesting was, for a while, it wound up in storyboards. It looked like it was going to get used. But the thing that fascinated me was George saw that. He'd never seen it before. And for about 3 minutes, he talked about how it would all work. And that blew me away, that right off the cuff, with no nothing, cold, he looks at it and he can tell you all this. He's envisioned the mechanical part of this thing. And the first study model I did for the prequel was it was the first version of Anakin's pod racer. And it's not what it ultimately was, but it was two 747 engines with the skins pulled off. And then this little kind of it's almost like a beetle-shaped little pod that, the seat that he was in. But I made the model for it, and the last, it was one of those things where I was up all night long because I did it like in a week. And the last night was a 24-hour night, got it done, drove it up to the ranch, and I gave it to Doug, and George was going to be coming in shortly. And I was like, I'm going to go home. And Doug's like, no, you have to stay and meet George. And I'm like, really, I'm going to drop dead. I mean, I really want to go home. He's like, no, you got to stay. So George comes in, meet George. And then George talked about the pod race for about 15 minutes. And you would have sworn that he was at Sears Point yesterday watching the pod race. The way he described this, it was real. And that was absolutely fascinating. And that was something that just kind of blew me away over all the time working at the ranch, that he would do that periodically, where he'd talk about it like it was something real. It was really something. That was always really impressive. And, and we did a lot of stuff. There was a ton of stuff that was designed that didn't make it to the films. But the other thing that's interesting is Doug used to keep this wall in his office, Doug Chang, and it was called the Wall of Shame, which it should not have been. But all the things that were rejected, all these drawings, and George would remember them. We might be on episode 2 or 3, and he'd go, what about the speeder from blah, blah, blah? And they'd go take it down, and suddenly it was a viable design again. And some of them wound up in the later films. And some things, translated. I think some of the stuff that we did wound up in THX when they did the special edition of that, some of the vehicles. So it's really his memory, his ability to just take off from these things, look at an image and have all these ideas is just amazing. So anyway, that was just something that really struck me.
Yeah, that's fascinating that he is like on the spot story building right there in front of you.
Yeah.
So is there any particular model or item that you worked on that you really enjoyed creating or had like a happy memory? Like, even if you didn't enjoy creating it at the time, do you have like, was there a happy memory associated with it still anyways?
My favorite models that I ever worked on were for Hunt for Red October. It was a good experience for me, a great experience actually from the very beginning. And I think it was my third project at ILM. And it was just a fluke that I wound up working on the submarines, like resurfacing submarines. We made some new submarines. We inherited the project from Boss Films. And I was tasked with resurfacing and refinishing some of the subs that came to us. And then ILM also built some new ones. So I had my work cut out for me, and also babysat the submarines on stage for 2 months or something. We were shooting out in Richmond, Point Richmond, for 2 months afterwards. But for me, it was my first hand really at doing hard surface painting. I come from a background that, kind of appreciates everything. My dad was an illustrator, and he said painting is painting. And typically in our business, people sort of specialize in hard surface or in organic stuff, and I kind of do both. And I don't consider there to be like a difference between them. I enjoy doing both. Anyway, I found out I enjoyed doing both because on Red October I started doing this, and I always say that the ghost of my father was hanging out over my shoulder, pointing out, and he got really excited, pointing out what I should do with this, and to the point where I just kind of had to say, Dad, just, go sit in the corner for a while or something like that. Anyway, it turned out fairly successfully, and they were happy with what I was doing. So I wound up sort of being in charge of that. I didn't do all the work myself, but I did the majority of it. Babysat it on stage, but we had a blast on it from the beginning to the end. And the movie was fun. And I found that if you enjoy doing the work on the movie, a lot of times the movie is going to be good, like Pirates of the Caribbean or Galaxy Quest or stuff like that.
Yeah, that makes sense.
And I'm trying to remember exactly what the question was. Was it favorite
models?
Either, your favorite prop, or like, even if at the time, you were building something you weren't happy with it, but then in the end it still generated a happy memory. I don't know.
Wow, Enterprise E.
Yeah, Enterprise E, but Rocketeer was a lot of fun. That was really cool stuff. That was a cool time period and a really great look. And there were some interesting stories that went along with that.
Really
but
interesting.
That was a fun one. Galaxy Quest was really fun because for Galaxy Quest I got to do concept design. I just drew mostly for about 7 months, and that was a blast. You draw something and everybody starts building it. And the prequels were kind of that way too, because we build these models, and then because I was on episode 1 in the art department for 2 years, and then back at ILM for about 1.5 years when we were actually doing the work, and people would come with stuff and go, "What's this supposed to be?" And I'm like, I vaguely remember building that. That was a long time ago, But yeah, the stuff for Mandalorian's been really interesting because we were both in the model shop for about 15, 16 years. And then we both switched over to computer graphics. And so I continued to do practical model work throughout, but it was all kinds of odds and ends things on the side or occasionally for ILM. But coming back now, doing this practical work for Mandalorian is really interesting because it goes back to what I was doing when I first got there. And like the cruiser was hard because it was big, but also it was during the pandemic. All that stuff started happening, and it was kind of like, there were days where I'm like, I don't know if there's going to be, who the hell knows what's going to happen? Will the show ever get made? But, I have no idea. So there were days where just being motivated was hard, but then, getting materials was tricky. And I was going to bring in some more people and then couldn't do that. And so myself and Dan Petrascu built the model. John Knoll did the wiring harness for us, but we built the model, and it was a damn struggle, and it wasn't done. We got to stage and it still wasn't done. And John, thank God, John was able to accommodate what we had. We did that first shot of it going over camera because it didn't have a top. At that point, the model's upside down. There are wires hanging out of it. There's no top on it, because I'm like taking it home and working on it at night. But, we were able to make it work. But, and I said to John, this was something I thought was kind of funny. We're sitting out there and I was doing work on the model sort of between shots. And I said to John, I said, you know why we're here? He said, what are you talking about? I said, well, the reason we're both in California, he's from Michigan. I'm from North Carolina. And John and his brother, they wrote Photoshop. John's got an Academy Award for Pirates. He was the soup on the prequels. John has done so much stuff. But I said, the reason we're both here is because of exactly what we're doing right now. We wanted to shoot models of spaceships on stage. And that's what we're doing right now. So for me, as tough as this cruiser was, that is one of my favorite things, was having that moment with John too, where we're talking about that. And it's like, yeah, that is why we both went up in California, was to do exactly what we were doing on Mandalorian. So long story.
The Smithsonian's National Air and Space Museum exhibits the original Star Trek studio model used to film the series from 66 to 69. How were you involved in the restoration work?
We went with our colleague Bill Durge for weeks to help detail, trick it out. Actually, it was taken from just base paint through to the end while we were there. I think they did a little bit about a few odds and ends stuff, but I think we were brought on partially because we had worked so much on Star Trek, and it kind of lent a certain PR, certain PR charisma to restoring it. It was it's the fourth time it was restored, right?
It's the fourth time it's been, because the Smithsonian received the model in 1974.
Yep.
And this was the fourth restoration. And over the course of that, the only thing that didn't get changed was the top of the saucer. And the top of the saucer had been weathered. I think it was in season 3. I think it was this episode Space Seed, the one with Ricardo Montalban, which was the seed that turned into the Wrath of Khan. But so that part hadn't been changed since season 3, but the rest of it had been completely repainted. And there was a whole issue about whether it would have lighting or not. And that was a debate that went on for quite a while. And they were hesitant to have lighting. And the reason was, years before, the Smithsonian had a large exhibit of miniatures that had traveled around the country. And one of those miniatures was the mothership from Close Encounters. And it had a lot of neon inside of it. And at one point that was left on and it caught on fire. Oh. So there was damage to the model. It had to be restored. And Margaret Whiteycamp, she was overseeing the Enterprise project, she said, I don't want one of my exhibits to catch on fire. And so we had a discussion. I was on this consulting group for the Enterprise a couple of years before we did the work. And I was back in DC at Christmas. And she and I had a conversation that was probably 2 hours long about the lighting thing. And I was like, it's low voltage. It's not going to catch on fire. It's going to be okay. But she really didn't want to do it. And we had, Evan Atherton, who works over at Autodesk, had replicated the sensor dish, the navigation dish, which had gone missing from the original. And so Gary Kerr, who was our consult on all the Enterprise stuff, he had a computer model of exactly what the dish was supposed to be. So Evan printed up a 3D printed version of that, and we were holding it up to the model and looking at it on the Enterprise model. And in the course of doing that, we pulled off the front navigation deflector section, and that just opened up the inside of the body. It's like a barrel. It's a wooden barrel type structure. And we put a light inside. We were looking at it, and Margaret saw, she was on the side looking at it. She saw the light. She says, oh my God, it has to have lights. And I'm like, that's what we've been saying, it has to have lights. So from that, the Enterprise wound up getting its lights back. And so I think when it's on exhibit, it's in storage right now because they're restoring the Milestones of Flight gallery. They're restoring the entire museum, but it's in phases. Mm-hmm. But when it's on exhibit, I think the lights come on 3 times a day for about 10 minutes at a time. So, and it was interesting too, working out the engines, because the engines are kind of a product of both the lighting and the motors and stuff they had internally, but it's also a product of the frame rate at which they were shot. Because if you watch the footage, you'll notice that the interior of the engine is pinwheeling and doing stuff. That has to do with frame rate. And that's not something you can reproduce in the real world. So Bill George did a CG test and came up with 15 RPMs being the correct approximation of what you're seeing on screen on average. And so it was a question of averaging what we saw on screen and what we could build in reality, and that's what's in there. And that was Randy Newbert who did all the wiring, he created the programmed electronics that facilitated all that stuff. And then Dan Petrascu, the same guy that's been working with me on Mandalorian, Dan did the machining for these mounts that went in the engines that support all that stuff. So it's an interesting group project. Anyway.
Very cool.
Yeah. The Smithsonian had come up with a color for the base of the Enterprise, and they actually hadn't really completed base coating the whole thing by the time we got there. So they were hustling to finish parts of it while we were detailing other parts of it. So
we were all hustling. We were pushed right to the limit to get everything done.
They were long, exhausting days, and all we had usually to eat all they have in the Udvar Hazy is McDonald's.
Oh.
So every day.
We had to hustle up there before 5 o'clock because it closed and get our artisan chicken sandwich. I never saw the artisan making it in the back, but we had our artisan chicken sandwich at 5, and then the museum would close. And it was really interesting. For the first week, I didn't realize I could get out of the hangar where the restoration happens. I thought we were locked in there. We had to have a card key to go to the bathroom. They would have to go to the bathroom with us and use their card key to let us in the bathroom. Well, after the first week, I figured I could get out of the room, but I couldn't get back in. But I could at least get out of the room, And it was funny because Margaret got locked out at one point. She's outside the hangar.
Hopping up and down.
Trying to jump up and down because she couldn't get back in.
This is the curator of milestones of space.
Yeah. But at night, it was interesting because we would walk out of there, and there's a second floor walkway that goes through the center of the museum. And it kind of divides the museum into two halves. And to the left, as you're walking out, it's all military aircraft. And to the right, it's all general aviation stuff. Well, the left side's a lot bigger than the right side is. And as you walked over, it was interesting. All the lights would be off except some minimal lighting down low. But the Enola Gay, which is the B-29 that dropped the atomic bomb on Hiroshima, there was a light on in the cockpit of that. And it was kind of eerie every night to walk past that thing and see this light glowing inside the cockpit. But I said to Bill George one night, we were walking across it, I said, it's really interesting how on the left, there are all these military aircraft. On the right, there's a handful of general aviation. He goes, it's our tribal nature. And that really stuck with me. That's why there's so much military stuff and not as much general aviation stuff. But anyway.
I'll explain one little thing too, which we didn't say. Even though the original series Enterprise is normally on display in the mall, in the Air and Space Museum on the mall, the restoration work was done out at Udvar Hazy in Chantilly, Virginia, because they have a huge restoration space for airplanes, and they have, I don't know how many spray booths, but we got one of the large spray booths that would accommodate probably a wing of a large airplane. That was what we used to paint.
How long is the model?
They've got an X-Wing fighter there right now. That's a full size one that they're putting together.
Yep.
Yes, I'm looking forward to when they put that on display next year.
Yeah, that's a cool space. That whole thing.
It is really. I mean, they have great spray booths, and of course, it's great to have for people in the museum. There's a catwalk where they can look down into the restoration area and see these historical airplanes being restored, and people were hanging out waiting for glimpses of the original series Enterprise because it had been kept, purposely kept under wraps, but occasionally pieces would have to come out and into other smaller spray booths that were like in the center of the floor, or hanging off of, we'd have to hang some pieces in order to paint them or dry them or whatever. So people would get little glimpses of parts of it all along the way.
How long is the model? 10 feet or
11 feet 2 inches long? It's big. Okay. It's like a station wagon kind of. Yeah. It's that big. Yeah, it's quite something.
Mm-hmm.
We have a great photograph of it, but I can't show it to you because it's on this computer.
Yeah, that's the downside with digital photos now. You don't have the physical copy anymore to hold up to the camera.
I don't think I have a print of that. Actually, but I should.
There's a print. There's a print of it right here.
Oh, okay.
It's interesting. You guys, the noise, they are doing construction right outside the house.
Yeah, they're doing road work, of course.
Oh, yeah, I thought
Oh,
I
the
heard
hu-
some
the humming?
bands
Yeah.
or something.
But this isn't it, but this is a shot of the Enterprise
When it was
when they
on
were
stage.
filming it.
Okay.
So that's back in the 60s. There is a shot of it somewhere. There's one of the pictures.
There's a really cool shot that one of the conservators took of us with the Enterprise.
Oh, cool.
Yeah,
Wow.
so that gives you a sense of the
That is
scale.
massive.
Yeah.
Big. It's definitely big.
Incredible.
So you had kind of touched on this earlier before that Smithsonian question. Back in the early 2000s, you both had somewhat shifted more to like the digital aspect of the wheelhouse. Would you find that was an exciting and a natural transition, or was it a bit nervous making the change? Or
I know for myself, the writing was on the wall as far as trying to make a living making models. And I was working, actually we were both working on Peter Pan. And somebody called over to the stage for me and said, "Are you interested in coming over to CG?" And because they needed more people they needed texture painters on episode 3. And I said yes. I just said, yeah. I mean, the transition from practical to computer graphics for me was about 2 minutes because I like literally stepped off the stage into the training department at ILM, and it was nerve-wracking. It is a different way of thinking. And the first 2 weeks of training for me were just really energy sapping. But it is exciting to do something new, and it has its own rewards doing computer graphics. And more recently, I've worked for Phil Tippett and extended my knowledge of the process of computer graphics and putting textures on a model and making them look like what they're supposed to look like, wood or look like glass or whatever we call it, look development. And I'm doing fur and hair for digital models. For me, that was really exciting to do. It was really a fun and interesting thing, but it could be nerve-wracking. I mean, and
Yeah.
it was.
Well,
Yeah.
it wasn't a natural transformation to me at all because I barely did email. And, so the thing they gave us, I got a month's worth of training. Then they gave me, the first thing I was going to paint was Luke's Landspeeder, which had been painted previously with a different paint system for special edition, episode 4. And I didn't know how that system worked. And I was supposed to fix that and paint it with the new system. So that was the first thing. And I would say it was 6 months of, people ask what was the learning curve? I'm like, the learning curve was vertical to me.
Yeah, it was vertical.
I dreamt and pulled down menus at night because it's just such a totally different change. But then interestingly, it eventually evolves to the point where it's a tool set. And although a lot of the technical stuff I wasn't interested in and didn't know how to do, but the general artistry of it, you're making a lot of the same choices. When I was modeling, I started realizing I'm making some of the same choices here digitally that I would have done practically. And then on the paint, there are so many advantages you have in the digital world that you don't have in the practical world. And it got to the point where we were doing a lot of material assigning. So you could tell something, okay, this is wood, this is, I wanted something flat. So like a primer type surface, I might be using a material called clay, but it has those properties of kind of a matte finish. So I was painting the Y-wing on Rogue One and the U-wing, and I would put a matte aluminum as my base coat. And then over that, I would put like the clay material, which would be the primer. And over that, a semi-gloss paint. And then I could chip away the semi-gloss paint, reveal some of that primer, and then reveal the metal. So that you got a very realistic looking scratch. And like the pipes and stuff that were on the Y-wing, a lot of those I made copper. And I actually went back in and put solder joints and did color around the solder joints on the copper. You had this control in the digital realm that you don't have as much of in the practical. And you could do incredible stuff. And we were using a software called Mari at that point. And that was where, for me, it truly got to the point where, to me, it was like, this is like working on a real thing. And so that was where it really, after like 12 or 13 years, it finally got to the point where it was like, okay, this I get. This is like working on real stuff. And that was really fun, that part of it.
So there's another aspect of this that I know at Tippett, they really appreciated. I mean, because Phil himself was, famous practical modeler. Well, not modeler, but, he comes from the practical world. And they all seem to really appreciate people who have a practical background, where many of the companies, the visual effects companies, are populated by people who only have computer graphics background and no practical. But I kept getting feedback from people at Tippett who hadn't had, not everybody has, but very few people, even though it tends to be a little bit older crowd, many people did not have a practical background. And I was constantly told how much they valued that. And I had people tell me they learned a lot from me. And it was mostly not because I could teach them anything about graphics, but because we had to study and make things in the real world. And we were able to pass on knowledge about how things happen. I remember once at a different company, there was a texture painter who had to paint a plastic bag in its various stages of burning, and she did not know how it looked. And I said, we're going to go upstairs to the model shop, which it had, burn some plastic, and you can see how it works. It's what she was doing did not work. It did not look like it. People think, well, how does plastic burn? Does it, go up in cinders and ash? And then, of course, in this case, a plastic bag, it gathers up, it kind of contracts on itself and makes hard, Anyway, we did this. It's an eye-opening thing for her. But we have this kind of background a lot of people don't have. In even watching how things move, how helicopters move, how airplanes move, how a group of helicopters or a group of airplanes move in the sky. We have that kind of, a little bit more of that kind of maybe observational experience than many people.
Mm-hmm. So, John, when you got the chance to go work on The Mandalorian, you went back to physical ship modeling. Apart from the cruiser and the Razor Crest, are there other ships you worked on?
That's the only things. Those are the only things that have happened so far.
Mm-hmm.
And there could be more, but at this point, there are other models that have been used on the show for sure. Tippett has been doing stop motion work.
Mm-hmm.
We've done some really beautiful stuff for it. And then there was the TIE Fighter Junkyard that they showed in season 2. And I saw the miniature for that, the reference miniature, and it was beautiful. And I'm not sure who did the work, and I think there have been other miniatures done as well for it. So there's a lot of practical being incorporated into The Mandalorian. And then also their whole projected, filming system.
The volume.
Yeah, that is amazing.
Yeah.
That is just incredible. It's really interesting how they are pushing the boundaries on how to do this sort of work. And they're embracing the old and they're embracing the new. They're kind of, it's the full range that's happening there. But yeah, I'd love to do more. We'll see what happens in the future.
And I think there are a few people there who really try to promote that. Doug Chang does, Dave Filoni does,
mm-hmm.
Jon Favreau.
Mm-hmm.
They like models, and they have been advocates for having them in Mandalorian.
And speaking of the future, what are you guys working on right now? Can you share anything that isn't spoilery?
I just retired in February.
Okay.
Just the very end of February, and I am working in my studio. I'm, doing my sculpture and so on, and printmaking. Get my printmaking going.
Yeah.
So I'm a recent and happy retiree.
I'm doing work with the Academy, the AMPAS Museum, which will open I think in September. So I've been working with them and been working with them on a number of things. The biggest one is probably the restoration of the Ares from 2001: A Space Odyssey, and so that's been interesting. We've been working on that for about 5 years now, I think. COVID kind of obviously there was a giant gap in there. I haven't seen the model in like 13 months, but we're really close to being finished with that. And some other work for them, some restoration work for Paramount on some of their Star Trek collection, and then potentially some more work on maybe some more of the Star Wars TV work. So odds and ends, but mostly it's all practical work at this point.
Nice. Yeah, I'm glad to hear that some of the, like, even though they're not historical artifacts, you know, they're fictional sci-fi artifacts. It's still nice that people are, you know, restoring them and keeping them nice for display pieces.
Well, they, you know, the Ares is 52 or 3 years old now. You know, the Enterprise is over 50 years old. I mean, they're, you know, and even the Star Wars collection. I was working on some of the Star Wars stuff January before last that was out on exhibit, and you know, that stuff's 40 years old. You know, and it's, some of it's starting to show its age. And it's interesting how these things that weren't built, they weren't built to last. They were built to get shot, and now they've become artifacts, which puts them in this whole other realm. And it's now, it's about conservation and preservation and trying to either arrest deterioration or repair it. But it's interesting how they all have these issues that are different because the materials are different, the ages are different. And then there comes the question of something like the Ares or the Enterprise. Where do you restore it to if you're going to do a restoration? And the Ares was interesting in that we weren't clear on some of the reference we had. We had some beautiful color images of it that showed detail we'd never seen before. And in talking to some different people, we found out that was part of a restoration that happened after filming. So this was completely inaccurate. But it's interesting to have to do the research to kind of figure out where you're going to go. The Enterprise, like I said, the top of the saucer had only been last worked on in season 3. So we wanted to restore the rest of the ship to be in line in that timeline where the top of the saucer was. So it's really interesting all the way around that they have become historic artifacts. They are museum pieces. And how do you preserve some of these things? And you know, some of them you can do a lot for them, and some of the deterioration is just the materials just aren't designed to hold up and they're falling apart. So it's interesting. It's an interesting arena to be in because there are a lot of unknowns right now trying to figure this out. And plastics in general are a real problem for the conservation museum world because no one's sure exactly what to do with a lot of them. So it's an evolving technology.
It's been pretty perplexing, I think, for the traditional conservators that have been working on both original series Enterprise and the Ares, right?
Yeah, well, I mean, I've been working with a conservator, Irina, and I'll probably say her last name, Kalinescu. But Irina she's a traditional conservator. And it was interesting they put us together because I'm not a conservator. I'm learning a lot of those of what they do, and you know, trying to adapt more of what I do, kind of in line with that. But it's really interesting. We've both learned from each other throughout the project because, you know, how do you approach this? What do you do? There isn't conservation training for this right now, and it's such a small little niche thing. But there will be more and more of this as time goes on.
Yeah.
So.
Georgia's museum is going to open when? 2023 now?
I think so.
And undoubtedly there'll be, you know, so I'm imagining there are going to be a lot of models in it. And so that's just going to be an issue from now on.
Yeah.
Bringing those things back to
They are historic artifacts at this point.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We always said John brought up that that they weren't built to last. And one of the famous quotes in the model shop was, "You never build anything bigger than a dumpster." Or something to be broken down in dumpster-sized pieces. So that's the mindset.
Yeah, it's interesting. One of the things that we're seeing is most of the stuff that's painted in the model shop, a lot of it used automotive paint, but then also we used an enamel paint that was called railroad color. And railroad color went through a couple of formulation changes, but essentially, as I understand it, it was an enamel, and that's what we've used for most things. And the reason we used it was because it wasn't very reflective, which was great for blue screen photography. Mm-hmm. But what's interesting is that paint is breaking down and turning into what looks like almost miniature cat litter. Oh. So it's coming off the surfaces and kind of crumbling into this almost like sand-like material. It's really strange, and no one's sure exactly what's happening. And then there's weird pitting that happens in plastics too. It's interesting. because you're looking at plastics that are 40 years and older, some of the stuff. And it's interesting to see what the degradation is. And, I've shown a lot of pictures to different conservators, and everybody's sort of puzzled by exactly what's happening. But everybody is working towards how do you at least stabilize this stuff? So it's interesting. It's the bleeding edge right now of that conservation work. So.
I have to say that, for myself, in terms of retirement, I'm pretty stuck on retirement, but I think if a project, maybe especially a collaborative project that was interesting enough came along, I would, it'd be fun to work on occasionally my retirement years.
Yeah, isn't that the best part of retirement? You can pick and choose what you want to do.
Possibly. We'll see. I'm not looking forward to anything in particular, but I think it could happen. I've had people ask me, and I've pretty much right at the beginning, I put in my time in the visual effects industry, and I don't want to take anything away from what I develop on my own work, but I love the visual effects industry. I love models, so I could be enticed occasionally.
Well, I'm open for business.
All right. So I think that was all of our questions. So, and we've also gotten to the hour mark.
They are doing road work out in front of our house, which has never happened before.
And we didn't know they were going to do it today. So
yeah, they're tearing up the sidewalk. So
it's just like you're in a movie studio with like construction going on in the next studio over.
Yeah, it's a fairly consistent sound, but that's pretty loud.
So thank you so much, Kim and John, for joining us at the 501st Legion's social media event to support FIRST and also celebrate 50 years of Lucasfilm. It's been really cool talking to you guys.
Well, something I want to say thank you very much, because Ira Keeler passed away. Yes. Ira was one of the folks in the model. Right. Ira did the pattern work for a lot of the miniatures, the pattern work for the Biker Scouts. Yes. And a group of Biker Scouts came to Ira's funeral for 501st, and that was it was a wonderful thing. It was a great tribute, and it really made it something special. And I want to say thank you very much to the 501st for doing that. Right. That was really great.
It was really hot, and none of them collapsed that we know of. So I don't know how you guys do it.
Our troopers are pretty hardy.
Those were members from our Golden Gate Garrison.
Yeah.
And they were really
great job.
They were honored to take part in that.
Well, our thanks for that, because it meant a lot to everybody, I think. It was a great tribute to Ira.
Yes, thank you.
Yeah, it was our pleasure.
Thank you again.
All right. So Erica, if you're listening, I think
All right. Hello. Welcome back to 1138, celebrating 50 years of Lucasfilm. We are so excited to have you folks join us today. We have got the amazing pilots from Star Wars Resistance with us today. I am TI3900. I am being joined by my cohort, Nina. You want to say hi, Nina?
Hello, I am SL26272 of the Flagship Eclipse.
Perfect, thank you. We are raising money this weekend for First Robotics. It's an incredible charity that works to inspire young people to be science and technology leaders. Click the link below or the link above. I'm not sure where it's going to end up. It might be this way, that way, I'm not sure. But click the link, throw us a couple of bucks. It's a wonderful organization helping kids all around the world in science and technology. So we're going to have a great conversation for the next hour with the amazing aces from Resistance. Say hi, guys.
Hi.
Welcome. Thank you so much for taking time out of your weekend to spend an hour with us. I'm super excited to have you here. I know who everyone is, but if we could just really briefly, we'll start with Christopher. If you could introduce yourself, and for the folks at home who have not watched Resistance yet, if you could just introduce yourself and name your character.
My name is Christopher Sean, and I play Kazuda Xiono in Star Wars Resistance.
I'm Susie McGrath, and I play Tam Ravora, aka DT533, in Star Wars Resistance.
One of us, one of us.
Yeah.
And I'm Myrna Velasco, voice of Torah Doza on Star Wars Resistance.
I just realized the turquoise behind you matches Torah's colors. So there we go. We're coordinated.
almost
within
as
a
if that
color
was done
scheme.
intentionally. Awesome.
Should meet
So-
Buggles.
Buggles is napping right now.
Oh, yeah.
I'm obsessed, by the way, with Boggles.
Oh yes.
Did you see that there was a cage full of Boggles in the recent Bad Batch episode?
Bad Batch, yeah.
I was like, oh my gosh. So
Yes.
fantastic.
I should know what their species is called and 100% don't. Disneyland.
This is part of the trivia that you guys are going to do on Friday.
Okay, well, I'm taking notes and I'll be ready, okay? But right now.
Our Quizmaster is probably writing questions down as he speaks. Myrna does not know. Perfect.
But they're amazing and they're beautiful little creatures. And my brother, who is a huge fan of Bad Batch, called me when that episode aired and was like, why didn't you tell me you're going to be on Bad Batch? And I was like, I'm not. It's just the pet.
The Vorpack, that's what it is.
Yes.
Brain was like, I know it's in there. Where is it? Come on, information.
Yes. Writing it down.
Well, even though I always get attached to the characters in shows, but for some reason, like the animals and whatnot, like especially anything that even remotely resembles a dog or a cat or something of that sort, I was like, oh, I like hyper focus on that.
Same. There are so many animals in the Star Wars universe that I just really wish were real so that I could have several of them.
Yes.
Like, what's wrong with being a nerf herder? Nerf herders are cool, and nerfs are adorable creatures. Right?
If I could have a real life
would
next
love
to
a
you, I would be so
porg.
happy.
I could live for porgs all day long. And if you ever get bored of them, of being a pet, they make a wonderful dinner.
Very hearty dinner.
As Chewbacca has proven.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Awesome. All right. So Nina, do you want to start us off with a question?
Oh, of course, obviously. We had a lot of people at Celebration that loved, like we got to do like this sort of special viewing of the episode 1 of series 2, but in general, like, do you guys have an episode that really resonated with you more, or like one that was your favorite for your character, for just the storyline in general? Maybe we can start with Christopher.
For me, it will always be when Kazuda's home planet was destroyed. I always feel that was the end of season 1, and for me, that was I don't know. I really, and reading that over and over and over prior to going in, I was like, this has got to be such a heartbreaking moment, and it's cataclysmic. I have to make sure that people feel the pain of Kazuda losing his entire family and friends. So that for me, in recording it and being a part of that episode was amazing, because then it also tied in the speech from the movie And I was like, well, this is creme de la creme. Great writing. Justin Ridge, Brandon Allman, Athena Portillo, like the entire team who made that happen. Just honored to be a part of it.
I loved that episode. The episode at the end of season 1, where the Colossus rises out of the water, was really, really, really cool. And I have to say, I think some of my favorites were in season 2 in the beginning. It may have been Live Fire, but where you kind of were flipping between the Aces training and then the First Order training, and like that back and forth was really exciting for me. And it really felt Star Wars, you know? So I kind of really, I think those are my favorite.
If I can ask you a follow-up question, Susie, on that, I feel like Tam is the first time that we've seen a character make that jump to the Empire / the First Order. And I really love that story. I really love her character arc because of that. There was a book where we kind of saw that, but this is the first time we've seen it on screen.
Yeah, and we see a lot of people leaving, but we don't see them going in, and the kind of the process of how does somebody just become part of the First Order. And you know, in a kind of haphazard, by accident way, Tam did. But I think that opened the door to be able to see all of these, you know, just the subtle nuances of how does somebody, you know, somebody that's obviously hurting and confused, start to be manipulated and kind of coerced, and then how do you start to believe what it is you're going for? And I think we all do in our own way, you know, start to believe in something, and then we kind of think that that's the only way and that's the good way or the righteous way. And so it was very interesting and kind of fun to explore that. So I was very privileged and very honored to kind of get to help to tell that story.
She did so with flying colors too. She was promoted twice, was it? After joining, she was squadron second commander, and then the squad leader. Just like bam, 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 all the way up. She had her stuff down.
Yeah, and in a very short time. But it makes you wonder, were they, you know, doing this to her because they had ulterior motives? Also, you know, I've always thought Tam was an amazing pilot. You know, we didn't get to always see that. We didn't get to see that for a whole season. So I think it really was her time to shine and to kind of put those skills to the test and kind of show everybody that, yeah, she was a pilot too. You know, she could be successful in the things that she was doing in her life. So yeah.
Well, she kicked Kaz's butt a couple times. Oh.
And she also really illustrated the importance of how a pilot needs to also be their own first engineer, like very beautifully, in a not so beautiful, in my opinion, fleet. But I'm just saying, that's all.
Something elegant about the First Order's look.
In comparison.
Nice clean lines. Not quite as colorful though. Not quite as colorful.
Yeah, there's not a lot of room for individuality. I will say that.
Not so much. And then speaking of being an individual, Myrna, your favorite episode or favorite character moment?
Yeah, I'm gonna deviate. I love your guys' episodes. I think you are tear jerkers of actors and voice actors and human beings in general. So definitely was crying a ton when Kaz's planet exploded, because that's like the nicest way to put it, right? No spoilers. And when Tam left us. I'm not taking it personally at all, but my favorite episode, I think it's Rendezvous Point, where we meet Torah's mom.
Yes.
First of all, Tam, you have really bad role models in the First Order, and I was really glad that not only could Vanessa Doza like bridge the gap of like what's Torah's experience, but that she created kind of this new type of woman for Tam to like realize you can be tough and you can be a really good pilot, and you don't have to submit to this ruling class that doesn't care about you a whole lot, and that you are valuable. And I think that that catalyst of Venice's character was just really cool, and it just made me really proud because that's my mom.
So kind of feeding off of that one, something like, especially with the animated shows of Star Wars, you learn a lot more of sort of not really just like values or virtues, but there are strengths within the show that you don't necessarily get to see in a lot of the movies. So in terms of Resistance, were there any strengths of the show that you thought it really portrayed and showed the audience that other medias and platforms haven't had a chance to?
I mean, we're on the diversity panel. You know, like that's one of the greatest things about the series. Yeah, you know, our series was it wasn't following lightsabers, it was following human beings of diversity. And it's really, really great for me to see so much color on camera, on canvas, and to be able to incorporate that diversity in the Star Wars universe. It's just an honor to be a part of that.
Yeah, that reminded me of it must have been like one of our last recording sessions. We were all together, and I looked around the room and I was like, there's like no white identifying people in this room right now. That's really cool, but that's new. And it was just like, it's weird that I felt like it needed to be said, but it was also just this really beautiful feeling of like, we just didn't have to hide anymore almost. And it felt really good to even be able to blurt something out like that, and everybody else be like, yeah, but shut up.
Well, there were white people on the show.
There were. Let me correct. There were definitely white people.
Because there was a bit of everything, and it wasn't just portrayed in the characters, but also in the people behind the mic, and you know, in the studio and everything. Like, it was very diverse, and very, very proud of that. And then also to have some LGBTQ plus family in the show. It's just like, yeah, really, really exciting. And also kind of the, are they, aren't they, you know, kind of wondering. And then I think it was Bobby that found out, and he was like, yeah, they are, you know.
Yeah.
We always love that.
Like, this is
I think they're the
really
first gay
cool.
couple, correct? They're the first gay couple in the Star Wars universe, right? Am I wrong?
That's
On
I think
screen.
on camera. Yeah, on screen, I believe
screen.
they are.
Yeah, we've had some books over the past few years that have characters that are LGBTQ, and but this is the first time we've had it that we can watch it and we can see the relationship with the characters. So
I have another one with the diversity thing, and I know a lot of, especially with all this stuff going on in the world right now, especially for Christopher right now, your dad was played by Ty Ma, if I'm not mistaken. Is that correct?
Yeah, that's right. He's the Asian American father. He's Hollywood's go-to
America's
Asian American father.
favorite Asian daddy. But so, did you guys get a chance to actually record with any of the other people who were not necessarily like the main cast, but did you ever interact in the recording studio, or was it more separate, like everybody came in on their own time and you just kind of recorded individually?
We made it a point to work together collectively and cohesively. We didn't want to work with Susie. That was just it. No, I'm kidding. No.
That's why
no, I'm kidding. No.
They pushed me out at the end of season 1, and that's why I had to go work with the First Order.
we go to our own recording closet down
with
the
all
hall.
the villains. So it was cool.
The great thing about Star Wars Resistance was we were at a particular studio, and we had about 7 people in the room all at once, and there was so much chemistry between every person we were working with. Watching Donald Faison work, and Bobby Moynihan, and Sima, and they flew me to New York, where I got to work with Oscar Isaac, and it was really an amazing experience to be sitting in the room feeling like I'm actually acting on camera with these people, because typically in work sessions with VO, you're in a booth by yourself and you're not typically working off of somebody, so the chemistry is not there. And that's one of the great things about our show is Resistance, is that there was so much chemistry because everyone had this familial feel. We were all a family on the show. And that was one of the most important things that I wanted to contribute to the show, is that there's, we're all a team. Let's work together and making this the best show we possibly can. And again, with great leadership and a great director like Mary Elizabeth McGlynn, we were able to do that. And I loved it.
But I think that's one of the like really cool things about Lucasfilm, because it isn't typical to do group recordings, but it's typical for them. And I think it really, really, really works because it's so helpful for the artists, being in a room. I think I counted one day and there was like, they would take you into the biggest studio possible. And there was at least, I think 12 mics, 12 people at one time. There may have been more, like whatever they could get in the studio that was relevant to the story and everything. Like, so we would record as many people as we could fit in there, so fun to play with and to watch everybody. Sorry, Myrna, go ahead.
No, I'm sorry, I cut you off. I wanted to add on, if I may, that I genuinely felt like that was some of the best and like most important acting classes I could have ever taken, is just being in these rooms with these 10 to 12 professionals and then having this entire just army of no pun intended of producers and directors behind the glass, if you will, to just really make sure that we were creating the best possible product we could for Lucasfilm animation. And it's like, I felt so safe and so privileged to be in that room and to see all of these people work and be able to work with them.
And just to add on to that, one of the coolest moments of us collectively working together was when Senior Cowboy Hat walked in, Mr. Dave Filoni, and gave us a huge speech, and it was compelling and moving. And I was so nervous, I was shaking, but to have him there as the leader, kind of guiding his team, it felt like a dream. It still doesn't feel real. It was amazing.
Right.
The fan community, we have the expression, "In Dave we trust."
That's
So,
true.
yeah.
Silver away. I agree.
So when you're all in the space that way, does that, obviously with voice acting, you have to stick pretty strict to the script, but is there opportunity for ad-libbing at all? Or is it just like, nope, these are your lines, you can't go off script, you can't, just, this is it?
Oh, there's opportunity. So you can kind of come in with options, so you kind of run down your list of what you'd like to try out. And then, I think they were really open to, just you kind of making it your own or offering something, and it would kind of spur other people. And I think, I have to say Josh Brenner was the king of the ad lib, and he's like the ad lib like guru. So so Nico's lines are very likely ad-libbed by Josh, I would imagine.
A lot of times it was like 2 for you, 1 for me. We do their lines as written, and the third, they're like, "You guys want to play?" We're like, "Yeah." So you hear Josh Brenner or Jason Hightower just kind of going, and man, I'm watching these guys, and Bobby Moynihan and Jim Rash, like I'm watching these guys, Jim Rash, and I'm laughing so hard. They're so talented, man. Kudos to them. This is why they win Academy Awards. This is why the Saturn Award was given to our show as well, because these guys are talented and they know the story, they know their characters through and through, and they just go for it.
I was making funny faces because I feel like anytime Josh Brenner, Jason Hightower, Bobby Moynihan, or Donald Faison were in the room together, it was like, we're going to be here 4 hours because they're just going to be ad-libbing and it's going to be amazing. We have like front row seats. This is so good. But like they're just so good. And it's very likely that very few of Nico's or Hype Faison's lines or Jim Rath's lines were even in the script to begin with.
Well, personally, like Nico was one of my favorites just because he's so, like, it's just interesting seeing him interact because one of the great things about the show that I liked, I mean, obviously the movie characters are great and you have all these like big name heroes and yada, 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 but they're not really relatable on like an everyday person level. And these characters are like, you could see yourself just stepping into their position and be like, oh, that would be something I would do in that position. And, you know, one of my favorite things is like, he reminds me of this person that I know. She reminds me of that person that I know, just like in real life people. But did the characters have anything of that for you guys? Or was it like your characters reminded you of each other? Or was like someone else on the crew or the cast was like, oh no, you were very much more this character, even though you're not the one doing the voice for them, sort of thing?
Go ahead.
We were
This is
so
all you
well
guys do.
cast. We were so well cast. I think everybody was their character. I hate to kind of say that, but it did, like, Mary Elizabeth had a couple of speaking roles in it, as well as Freya and another racer. I can't remember her name, but they created a character just for her. Like, they, from bottom up, were like, we want you to say funny things. We want you to say the cool hot chick you say. I don't know if we're allowed to say bad words. I apologize.
We'll Archie bleep it out for you later.
Thank you. Let it be put on the record, however, that I think Mary Elizabeth McGlynn is one hot chick. Anyway, that being said, they animated and illustrated an entirely new character just for her, and so that it would capture essentially her essence. It's like, where else do you get to work where they will just create things for you? Like, it's so cool.
That kind of adds to the magic of it, though, because you become so passionate about your characters, I guess. Like, just if that's the case, you're throwing yourself into these characters and you become so passionate. And even off screen, it's so inspirational to see all, like, especially the voice actors for Star Wars, just how crazy they get about their own characters. And it's like, it makes you love the characters more because they put so much of them into it. And then you see like this extra passion being thrown into it. It's like, I'm really excited to like this person. And it's great to see that sort of stuff in these shows. And I wish they would show that more in the other ones, because again, like, they're not as relatable. Like, yeah, big crazy stormtrooper commander, but then you have like, you know, teenage resistance pilots, and it's like, oh, that could totally be something that I could see.
And I think that was one of the driving factors for our show, was to show that slice of life, what ordinary life was around the galaxy for people of ordinary characters. So yes, you can just sort of look around and be like, oh yeah, I know someone just like this character, and oh yeah, that's, you know, so very relatable and easy to relate to. Which is, I think, why I love so many of the characters in our show. They're just easy, you know?
Aside from your own characters, who are your favorites then?
Oh,
I like Joe Manganiello's character, the big minotaur-looking beast. Like,
Yeah.
I'm all about the scary guys, and of course, it's Joe Manganiello, like, gorgeous man playing a gorgeous beast. I was like, makes sense.
Typecast. Speaking of gorgeous beings, I won't call her a beast. She doesn't know me, but she may still kill me. Xena Warrior Princess. What's her real name? I'm so
Lucy
bad.
Lawless is the queen.
The
Yes, she's the
Queen.
queen. Yes, that was definitely one of my favorite characters, of just like showing an entirely new species, and Lucy Lawless, like, lost myself for that one for sure.
We all did the Xena cry too. Yeah. I can't even do it, but we were all doing that in the room. She's gonna come, and we're doing the voice like.
how unprofessional.
We were not very professional.
I really like Krog and Gore, played by Gary Anthony Williams. Like, I really loved watching him anyway, just because his voice was amazing with it. But just that character and the way, like, it looked, kind of being yeah, so I can't watch it without imagining Gary, which is because it's completely, like, even the tentacles and everything, he really captured all of the movement in that face. So
and what about least favorite characters?
Can I just say one thing real quick? We had a moment. I'm gonna just tell a quick story because it popped in my head.
Yeah,
We had a moment. We're
absolutely.
hanging out in the lunch area, right? And in walks a very famous celebrity A-list star. You may have seen him in Lord of the Rings, Elijah Wood. He walks in and he walks by, we're all trying to keep it cool. And right when he passed, we all go, yo, did you? We start whispering, and then he comes back, we're like, yo, yeah. And he's just kind of pulsed against the wall. And we're just like, what do we do? And we're like having a conversation. And then I was like, screw it, I'm talking to him. Hey man, just what's up, dude? Hey, and we start chatting. And then we all were like, just tsunami of like, we think you're amazing, you're awesome. And he was like, yeah, cool, man, that's awesome. He was just real chill guy.
Sweetest person in the world. Nobody wanted to make eye contact with him because we were like, he's just gonna know we're nerds. But yeah, he like introduced himself to each one of us, and I was like, I know who you are, but okay. Yeah, so kind, so cool, and just as excited as us to be a part of anything Star Wars, which was just like, dude, you're Frodo. You don't have to like be ecstatic about anything.
Sorry, that was really one of the coolest moments of that show. I was like,
Yeah, he was also one of my favorite characters. Not as a character, but he was one of my favorite storylines to see how the whole thing progressed, and then to the finale and stuff. But of course, the finale was a little sad on his part. But just the whole progression of the story with him and Tam, and like just going through all of it, and sort of like the knocking of heads in the squad and whatnot. It was really interesting to see that. And then you learn it's Elijah Wood, and you're like, oh, okay.
It was cool. It was really cool that they caught.
Did you get to work with him one-on-one, Susie?
No, I was there that day in the lunchroom, so I do remember that story, but no. And we had a few scenes.
Elijah.
Spoiler alert.
Yeah.
also, how cool is it that we got Bobby Moynihan and I can't remember his name. I apologize, from Saturday Night Live, when they did the undercover boss scene, and then they actually made it canonical in the Star Wars show by making our characters go like the same outfit. What were the engineer look? You know what I'm talking about?
Yeah, Matt the radar technician.
That's right, Matt the radar. And we all, that was great. What was that?
That one was, that one. Don't you also have that costume, Aaron?
I may have a blonde wig, glasses, gray jumpsuit, and an orange vest somewhere in my closet.
Not all together.
Yeah. No, it's in different boxes. Yeah. And as a costumer, seeing that character, seeing that be brought from Saturday Night Live into the canon, I got all excited. Like, oh, I can actually get approved in this now. That's one of the things I love about Star Wars fans is we grasp a hold of these fun little things. The boom mic guy, ice cream maker man, Matt the radar technician, and we just go crazy for them. I don't know if you saw at Celebration the running of the running of the hoods, which is the ice cream maker man's character, and at Celebration, a couple hundred people will dress up and just run around the convention hall chanting ice cream, ice cream, ice cream. I don't know if you saw that.
My favorite was the one who dressed up as the ice cream maker, running around with a small little doll.
With a small doll. Yeah. Well, it's pretty fun.
Speaking of Celebration.
That was your. Did you get? Oh, sorry. You go, Nina.
By all means, go ahead.
I was just gonna ask, like, what's it like to see fans like us dressing up as your characters? Is it sort of like a weird, like, out of body, like, oh, this is a little creepy, or do you just get like super jazzed about it?
It's fun. I think like just super jazzed and like just feeding off of the energy. It's like nothing else. I think, it can only be positive because you're just like, yeah, and I want to wear my outfit and I'm gonna cosplay, and no, it's completely addictive and kind of like just the energy of wanting to join in the fun, really.
Yeah, same. I I got lucky. I think it might be on my Instagram. If not, I will definitely make it a center point. There was a little girl. She must have only been like 4 or 5 years old. Came in with her whole family, head to toe, little tiny Torah doza, and I like lost it. Just like cried. Just the picture is of me looking at her because she just like created this whole Torah that I didn't touch her because she's a child and you don't touch people that aren't your family unless it's okay. But what I'm trying to say was like, I just to like bring it to life and see a 3-dimensional experience and having her embody it. And then like the costume came out and my cousin got it and I was like, oh no, it's another one. And by oh no, I mean, oh yes. And it's just like, it's super overwhelming to me. I love seeing Torahs. I love seeing little Torahs everywhere. It's super overwhelming though.
I remember walking through Celebration and I saw a little Tam Rivora and I was like, no way, I got to introduce you to Susie. Like I was freaking out. But I think it's a testament to the work that the team has done. Like when you see a Torah Doza or a Tam Rivora or even a Kaz, you kind of go, wow, they really liked what we did. You know, we put our hearts and our souls and tons of blood into this. No, I'm kidding. No, we put everything we have into these roles. A little wee bit. No, but we put so much of ourselves into these roles. So to see people love that and want to embody that, like that's pretty awesome. And I got to see some Japanese Americans portraying Kaz. I call it Kaz playing instead of cosplay. Jokingly. Well, you know, I got to see some of that, and I was like, man, that is one of the coolest things because. For me, I didn't really have many role models growing up, and to be able to be gifted the opportunity to be a role model for Japanese or Asian Americans in general, like that was for me really, really important.
That's awesome. Well, speaking of Kaz, in terms of, you know, the whole series, he kind of starts out as, you know, the sort of cocky kid trying to make his way and prove himself and whatnot, and you just see this like personal growth for him through the whole series, especially after the season 1 and the whole planet, I don't want to say being destroyed because that's super sad, but the whole series with that, like you see this progression. I mean, obviously Tam had her sort of growth in that sort of, but like what was that like for him, just going from the beginning where you're just like this super cocky kid to like truly like someone who is making his mark in this whole resistance?
You know, one thing I love about Star Wars is that they give the opportunity for every character to have an arc, to grow, to develop into a hero themselves. The great thing about Kaz was I, in many ways, am Kaz. Like I've made so many mistakes in my life, and I still do continuously make mistakes. And with Kaz, it was like I get to kind of be that ego-driven, cocky, I can kind of do anything type attitude, and then develop into the man that the hero, the leader that he became. And it's fun to enjoy that and still embody the clumsy, silly, not think things through, just kind of jump into it. Still have that quality about him as well, but making fewer mistakes. But again, I think the most fun is finding that in the character, finding the areas where he finally makes a decision that's selfless rather than selfish. And when you start to see those choices happening, you start to see the evolution of the character. And those are my favorite moments, rather than Kaz breaking down again when his planet was destroyed. He was like, Torah was like, let's go. We can't. He's like, you're right. We have to keep going. We can't stop. We are the resistance now. We have to do this. And to see that, it was great. It was a nice moment of growth.
Speaking of Torah, one of the things I liked was that she had such a big heart and she was always so loving. Like she just exuded this goodness about her. And a lot of it's not very, you don't see that a lot in Star Wars. Usually it's very just sort of extremes, but she was just so good, but she was so badass too. And that's the thing that's like, usually you have, if they're a really good character, like that's their entire personality. But she was like, I'm a good character. I'm a badass at what I do, but I'm not like super like, she was kind of like, yeah, but she wasn't cocky about it. She was very humble and was just like, I just want to be friends with everybody and I want everyone to love each other. And like, I love that sort of thing about her. But how much of that was coming from you, Myrna?
All of it. I'm not a competitive person. No. I'm just really loving. No, I would say, it's Torah. All of these characters are a little bit of us, but also created to give people a better or deeper is a nicer word, deeper perception of like what beings in the Star Wars universe can be. And I was kind of the one that was like, no, I'm gonna stay bubbly because that's just kind of my thing. But on top of it, my my reasoning, and I kind of maybe at some points battled with Justin Ringer, executive producer, about it for a while, that he wanted her to be tougher, and Mary Elizabeth is like, you gotta toughen up, girl, you gotta toughen up. But I always, my like one real justification of keeping her bubbly was like, look, if she's got a team member like Hype Faison, who is always joking, always saying how he's the best, you guys got nothing on me, a tough person is going to crack under that kind of pressure. I'm just saying, like, someone who is overtly like, no, I got to keep it together, may not mesh well with someone who is perpetually joking. So my thought was like, if and we spent kind of do you guys remember the shorts that we did? We spent a lot of time working on this one short where it was a race between Hype and Torah. And that was the one where they were like, but why is she so bubbly? And I was like, because it's healthy competition. Torah is a product of healthy competition. And she can't, the stakes for her existence were so much lower up until the First Order arrived to their world. So to me, it was just always like, Torah can be bubbly, and you can be silly, and you can have fun, and you can also know when you got to take down the First Order. But in my opinion, you don't want a team full of people who are just like, you gotta take them down, and bloodshed and murder. Like, you need someone. There's parts of me that are like that as well, Christopher. I know you didn't know that. But
Torah was the youngest, right?
Exactly. Yeah, that too. Is like there has to be a well of hope. There has to be a lightheartedness. Otherwise, how do you survive on this water planet with just you and the 12 other people in the Colossus? Like, it ain't. You gotta have some joy. So I was a big fighter on just kind of keeping the joy for Torah, where they finally saw it come to life. I think was those Hype moments, and those moments that we could play, and I got to learn from Donald Faison and be like, see, like, we're silly, we're the ace pilots. and it made, I think, for a better turn once we were actually engaging the First Order and trying to save Tam, because underdogs, right?
She also seems like one of the only characters who has both incredibly supportive parents. That's very rare.
Yeah, right? You're gonna get a like happy-go-lucky person if both parents are like, yeah, kid, high five. At least that's my hope. I don't know.
But she must have been going through some stuff, because her mom was absent for, I'm guessing, a long time. So that must be worrying for a 13-year-old girl, or
and that's absolutely, thank you, Susie. That's absolutely why I love the episode where we reveal Vanessa Doza, Torah's mom. Because I think a little bit before that, Torah has a birthday. Thank you guys for giving me a birthday.
Jelly cake.
Yeah. And yeah, there were moments of vulnerability, especially in that episode, before the jelly cake, where she is hurt, but she is perpetually put in this world of adults, so she is supposed to understand that, like, it's not personal, kid. Your mom made a greater than your life decision, and she can be both, and sometimes she's not going to be here right now for you in this moment. And that's why you fortify yourself with friends and family members who can give you support and love. And, you know, why not exude that? Why not express that back to them, and be grateful that, you know, they gave me a birthday party.
But I wanted to ask, there was a question I wanted to ask about your action figures. As you can see from Nina and our backgrounds are very full of stuff. I'm curious, when your action figures came out, number one, oh my God. Was that the main gift that your families and friends received that year for Christmas from you? Did everyone in their stocking get their little Kaz, their little Tam, their little Torah? Because if it was me, I would do that.
Sorry, I didn't get one. So all I have to say, if I have one thing to say that is probably like, you know, the like was that we didn't get a Tam doll. So I would, you know, I don't know how that feels, guys. Please, you know, enlighten us. But I was really excited about the toys, and I did buy some for my little nephew and whatnot. So, but yeah, no Tam.
It's a little heartbreaking because, you know, they released the first wave, very excited about the first wave, and I was more excited about the second wave because I was going to include more of the cast. And like I said, it's not about me, it's about the family. And I was very excited for Tam to have it, and so many other of the characters in the show. I don't believe Niku has one either, right? Am I mistaken?
I don't think so. I think that we had Yiga,
Yiga and Bucket,
and Kaz,
and
Torah, and then we have the gold
Captain Pyre.
We have the red
Lex
Trooper, Lex Lang. Yeah. Really cool. Did we have
remember his name? I'm sorry.
Regular Stormtrooper?
But yeah, I mean, sorry. You know, it was definitely one of those heartbreaking moments where, because the show didn't make it onto the streaming, when it transferred from cable to the streaming networks, we got canceled. We didn't have the opportunity for the next wave of toys to come, which would have included so many more of the family. So for me, you know, I'm very heartbroken about that. But yes, I did search every single Walmart to find that toy. And when I did, my dad was there with me. So he's been my good luck charm. So the first one I bought, I gave to my parents.
Speaking of heartbreaking.
I can tell you, Susie, the fans love the character because I've seen custom-made figures of your character. So I know that there are people out there who would like to see an official one be made.
And I didn't mean to like bring a negative vibe to it. I was only playing. What did I didn't? But yeah, and I've seen some of the Lego pieces and really cool. And anytime I see anything Tam, it just makes my day. So yeah, agreed with you. It doesn't have to be made by anyone in particular to kind of put the love out there. So no. But please, this is not about me.
It is.
I'm finding one and I'm sending it to you. There we go. We're getting to get you a custom Tam figure just for yourself.
Please make a custom Tam. Please make a custom Tam. And a Flix and Orca for Bob, because Bob is a huge fan. He's a huge collector.
Oh yeah.
Yes,
Better yet,
just his own R2D2.
Well, we were talking beforehand a little bit before we started recording about how much, like, we were pretty much just nerding out about the show, just how much we love it and how disappointed, like truly heartbroken we were that they decided not to continue on with the series. And we've all agreed that we're going to start a new hashtag trend, hashtag bring back the resistance. And we're going to start it so it comes back, because I mean, even down to the animation, I mean, it was a new style to be seen in a lot of the Star Wars stuff. I mean, like the cell shading style was not really something you saw, and just the way that the characters interacted. I mean, it was something new, and it might have been like a little bit of the newness, because obviously like even Clone Wars, when it first came out, everyone was just kind of like, yeah, this is all right, I guess. And then, you know, it takes seasons to kick in, and then it was just like, okay, no, this is something I can really get into, like, you know. And Resistance had the 2 seasons, and they were so good, but I'm obviously it didn't have the chance to get the 3rd, but it will, because we are going to petition and we will get it brought back, because it is just that good of a show.
Well, there's lots of things to kind of say towards that. And first of all, it's like in today's climate, you know, we stream stuff, and it does take a while for things to kick in, and to kind of get feedback on stuff, but it makes complete sense, you know, that they would end the story where it did. So it's a bittersweet thing, really, because you know, we want more, but you know, a story has to conclude where it concludes. But yeah, hashtag bring it back.
Susie, that's like the most British thing I think I've heard you ever say. Like, it was so beautiful.
You know, our show, we were nominated for a Primetime Emmy. We were nominated for 2 Primetime Emmys, right?
Yeah.
And when we won the Saturn Award. So, you know, the Saturn Award, people can say, oh, you paid for that, but you can't pay for a Primetime Emmy nomination. As much as I wanted to, they wouldn't let me. But but I mean, honestly, like, you know, this is a really, really good show. And a lot of people had a lot of negative things to say. But again, you know, we put everything we had into these roles. And for us, our job was to open up the world to the youth of Star Wars fans, right? To be the introductory step for these new, this new world, this new, generation. And I feel like our show really hit that on the head. So I know a lot of children. I just met someone the other day. I was in Arizona. A gentleman had a tattoo on his arm, and I said, oh, it's a Star Wars tattoo. He said, yeah, I love Darth Vader. And oh man, my kids love Resistance. And I said, my man, you know Resistance? Let me tell you a little bit about Resistance. He's like, what? And we started talking, and that's the thing. These kids love the show. And that's just it. We all remember our introductory movie or series that brought us into the Star Wars universe. And I'm just really happy. And I feel like, Susie and Myrna, I hope you feel the same in reference to the fact that we get to be that first step, you know, for these children.
I'm incredibly proud. And it was a courageous show, because new style of animation, you know, a diverse cast of characters, you know, with so many things. It has and had and has, because it's, you know, still on Disney Plus, so much to offer, you know, for everybody, for all of the family. So yeah, it's like, if you haven't seen it, give it a chance, because you might just love it, you know.
You will love it. You will. Look at Myrna's energy. Yeah. You would love it. Look at Susie. You will love it.
Love it.
Just hanging out with us for 22 minutes at a time.
Well, speaking of hanging out, I had the opportunity to be at the panel you guys had at Celebration Chicago. And I can tell you, it's not just kids that love the show. Like, I was in the audience. I saw how many adults were in that room, and how many of us cheered when they're like, oh, by the way, we're going to give you a sneak peek of, you know, the first episode of season 2. Everyone went ballistic. It was just like an uproar. It was so good. Like, the audience is there, the material is there, the story is there. Obviously, the characters are there. They did an amazing job casting for the characters. So even if it does not get to continue, it did leave a mark, and it is one of my favorite shows that has come out for all that, for the Star Wars stuff.
Thank you.
One of the neat things that's happening with streaming is, just because a show ends, that's not the end of that character's story.
Exactly.
These characters can pop up in other
Anywhere.
stories. You know, we're seeing that happen. And so I'm really hopeful to see what's going to happen. Where is Kaz, you know, after the fall of the First Order? What's he doing? You know, where's he at?
Plot twist.
Did you see us in the Rise of Empire?
Yeah, I was going to ask that question. Did you see you in Exegol? It's there.
You guys see us in that final battle? Myrna's kicking butt, and Susie, they're all there.
It was amazing. This is the best experience of my life, filming that scene.
But see, with the way that they're writing stories now and including stuff in the comics, it is very possible that they will pop up. Like, we've had characters from all eras of Star Wars that are now especially in that scene, just because there's so much in there. It's like, oh yeah, they're totally right there. They're right there. It's an absolute possibility that the characters could continue in some other media or platform series, which is kind of hopeful.
Yeah, it's fun.
Yeah. Yeah, it's really fun, and it's like it lets you devour all forms of media when it comes to your favorite thing, you know? And it's like, yeah, get into the comic books. I'm currently reading the Darth Maul comic, and it's really great. So I'm just saying.
Absolutely.
Yeah. And then like the novels are incredible. So it's easy to find your characters. It is. And don't be discouraged because to the fans, don't be discouraged because we only have those 2 seasons as of right now. We may also have comic books. We may also have full-length novel. That would be awesome to see how Tam grows up. Oh, gotta know.
See how many promotions she gets in the Resistance now.
It's obviously going to be a big shot, you know.
One thing I do really love is the fact that they really made strong female lead role models. You know, like again, Tam and Tam and Torah, both characters were so strong. And you know, as you watch them grow, they just get better and better and stronger, and little girls are going to see that and be like, I want to be strong like that. And I love that. Absolutely love that. We need more of that.
I never had a Tam when I was growing up. And that's really cool. That's really cool. So yeah, I don't have much to say. I just, I think we just leave it there. I never had a Tam when I was growing up.
Yeah.
Well, not necessarily Resistance related, but sort of on the same thread. One of my main costume is actually a male character, and you don't see my face or anything at all. Like, I'm completely covered. It's full mask Darth Revan. Well, one time at a troop.
That's awesome. Sorry.
Yeah, I love the character so much. But I was at a troop, and it was for a family event. This family was having sort of a welcoming home for their son from some medical treatments. And the little sister was there, and she was standing there waiting for her brother to come back or come with the vehicle train that was coming. And she heard me talk, because obviously you can't tell that I'm a female in any sense. And I said something to one of my friends who was standing next to me, and she went and go, "It's a girl under there!" And she got so excited about the fact that, because all these other characters were either male characters or they were other females who were in like Stormtrooper buckets and stuff, and they couldn't tell. But she went, "It's a girl under," like on camera to the news people that were there. It was like, that's to this day one of my favorite moments from any troop, because again, like, as someone, same situation, you really didn't have those kind of characters growing up, where you're just like, obviously there was Leia and like a couple of the comic characters, but they weren't as big. But being able to see more main female characters, especially on the show, was just like, oh, it's so great to have representation.
Nina, in that moment, did your lightsaber light up and you were like, young lady?
That would have been perfect.
Sorry, bad joke.
But it's so true, right? Growing up, all we had was Leia, and now we have this huge selection of other female characters. Like Nina, I've had those experiences being in a helmet and having little not little girls, but little boys go, "That dude's a chick." And like, yes, I am. And I had a conversation with a little girl once when I was dressed as a stormtrooper, and it blew her mind that was an option for her. And I heard her, she was leaving with her mom, "When I grow up, I want to be a stormtrooper." There's just like those moments of like, yes, you can.
And it's not even just the representation as like the character being there, because obviously you could do like, oh, we're just going to insert female characters here and there to fill the quota of diversity. But no, they're truly badass characters. They're engineers, they're pilots, like they know their stuff. They have jerry-rigged massive spaceships to work when there was nothing going. It's like, to see that is like, they're not just there to fill a margin and be like, we're going to check this off the list sort of thing of like, you know, going that sort of route. But they actually, one, they massively contribute to the story. And two, they do so in a way that is not degrading or demeaning. It is actually very inspiring, especially someone for me who's like, I come from a STEM background. So seeing that sort of thing is like, yes, I'm so happy to see that sort of representation.
Girls doing math.
Yeah, it's great.
Yeah. Well, yeah, and to just kind of add to that point, that we not only were the female characters not just dropped in to fit the quota, but they were also not dropped in to be rescued.
Exactly.
And that like was so like, going back to Tam's character, it's like, it's so easy to say that Yeager and the gang rescued her. No, she had to rescue herself, and she had to know how to leave that situation, that bad relationship with the First Order.
That toxic relationship.
Yeah, it just wasn't working, Tam. But it's true that she had to choose herself and choose not living in that kind of environment in order for anybody in the Colossus to even break through to her. And that is like such a huge just theme that I think is like vitally important, that girls do watch Resistance, because we do see how applicable it is, running away from the First Order is to all of our life situations. It is
We've all run away from our own First Order.
Right? Yeah, no, and I just think like it was such a vitally important message to tell, that like, we're not here to just be rescued. We're very capable. We do math and science, and we hold spaceships together.
Absolutely.
In teams and storylines, and so much more in families. Like you guys, like in our show, like one thing I absolutely love is just again the strength. And you both of you, Myrna and Susie, you guys really embodied that, and you are both born leaders. So I'm just honored to have worked with you.
Thank you. And I am to you both also. So it's so nice to get together, you know. Thank you. Thank you everyone for bringing us back together.
Yeah.
Well, it's good to have you all with us. Thank you for being here. And like I was saying earlier, it's always great seeing, especially with the voice actors, the interactions between the actors, because you become so close knit, and because you're in a box with each other recording, as you were saying. It's so, even outside of the whole Star Wars thing, just sitting, listening to you guys talk before the panel started, just, you know, recollecting like, oh, how have you been? Like, you know, your hair looks longer, like even stuff like that, like just seeing how you guys have like are catching up and stuff. It's nice to see that it's not just a job in a sense. Like it's nice to see that it had an impact in your lives together outside of just recording. That's always inspiring to see.
There's nothing cooler than being part of the second largest movie franchise in the history of entertainment. There's nothing better than the canonical part of the Star Wars family. Like there's nothing cooler to say, yeah, we're Star Wars. How cool is that, right? And then you do it with these fine people. It's amazing.
Well, I'll just say that I don't know about you guys, just a little more heartfelt than we're in the biggest franchise. This was my first series regular on anything. So to have been able to learn from Christopher and gain just such a deep friendship with Susie it was my first job, so I felt like I had to please everybody. But then to walk in with these two, and it just felt like I was taken care of, and I had a big brother and a big sister, big same age sister, a twin sister, and it was such a cherry on top to like say, oh, it's for Star Wars, I'm working for Star Wars. But it was more important to me that like I got to have you guys there, and I got to learn from you and feel like I was a real girl next to you guys.
So
It was an interesting thing, just to tag up on what you were saying. Like for me, I had one voiceover audition prior to booking Star Wars. I got the producers for Vulture Red Line, where Stephen Yen got it, who's now the Academy Award nominated actor. Well, the first one of there's not many Asian American representation. So it was really cool to see him be nominated for Best Lead Actor. But yeah, he beat me out, and I was like, hey, dude, Walking Dead, huge fan. That's amazing. And then all of a sudden, like, I got a call from my agent in New York saying, hey, dude, who are you? Because Lucasfilm's calling for you. And I was like, who are you? And then we went back and forth, and he's like, I'm coming to LA, we gotta meet. And he's like, yeah, this team wants to meet with you. We don't know how big the role is, but I was like, this is my second audition, like, ever for voiceover. And here we are now, right?
Well, that was going to be my next question, is what was it like when you guys were doing the auditions, or were there auditions? How did that work? And then when you actually got the call that you got the parts, like, what was that like for you?
Well, I'll just finish up real quick. When I walked into the room for the callback to producer session, they were like, hi, I'm Athena, I'm Justin, I'm Brandon, I'm Mandy, I'm Troy, I'm Josh. And I was like, okay, nice to meet you. And they're like, we don't expect you to remember your names. Like, no, I got you all memorized. And they were like, okay. And I came back and I reintroduced myself to everyone, calling them by their names. And then Troy in the back was like, just give the man the job already. And I was like, yeah. So they gave me this utmost confidence when I walked into the room. And Justin and Brandon came in, they're like, this is the lowdown. And I was like, I think I got an idea. Let's rock and roll. And it was amazing. That was my experience.
That's really cool. I remember, so my experience was I went in for a callback and I left my water bottle and it had my name on it. For some reason I had taken off, like the label maker. For some reason I had a label with my name on it and I just stuck it on this water bottle. And I remember leaving that, and I kind of got in the car and I was gone, halfway down the street. And then there was a phone call from Lindsay, our casting director, and she was like, Susie, I think you've left your water bottle. I'll leave it at the front desk and you can come back and get it or whatever. And I went back and I was like, I'm going to start leaving my stuff everywhere, I'm going to leave a little something with my name on here, just so you know, future. That was that one. And then on another audition, I got to kind of meet Christopher and Myrna also, which was very, very fun.
Susie was the only one reading against other people, and I was like, you got the job, you got it. Remember that?
Yeah. After the audition, I saw Christopher and he kind of drove up and he stopped and he was like, you've got the audition. No, congratulations. He was like, congratulations. And I was like, thanks. And he's like, you've totally got the job. And I was like, no, I didn't believe you, but yeah, you were spot on. I think it was Myrna as well, because we were there together.
That's right. Yeah.
We were just there like, oh, hi,
Yeah, I was just thinking about how utterly clueless I was the entire test reading, because they called it Project something or rather instead of Star Wars, and they gave us dummy sides. But I'm such a nerd. I was like, who is this for? What is this for? My agents were like, can't tell you. And I was like, okay, I'm going to pretend it's for Star Wars because it's this fighter pilot, but I'm going to make it like it's Battlestar Galactica style Star Wars. Okay, I'm going to go with this character. And I was just so utterly clueless the entire time, just living in my own little, like, I created this and watch, it's going to be like something else, gonna be Lord of the Rings animated series or something. But I was just as clueless the entire time. I walk into our chemistry read with Susie and Christopher and everybody else who was already in the cast, and I was just like, yeah, they're just having me test out Latin accents because they want a Latina for this role, but I'm not gonna get it. And I'd never put it into my mind that I was actually auditioning for this role. And I was just like, man, when they bring in that other Latina, they're gonna you know, they're gonna really see what a Latina sounds like. And yeah, I think Christopher, he was being so nice to everybody. He was like, "You got the role. No, I know you got it. Oh, congratulations, you got the role." So I 100% was like, "No, I was just here to like give them Latin accent options. Bye. Have a great time recording." Yeah, and then a week later they were like, "Okay, so my agents were like, so Zero, did you figure out it was Star
Zero.
Wars?"
Good
That's what it
memory.
was, right? Yes,
Zero.
okay, yeah, Zero. Watch, I start using that, and then they
No,
can never.
but it did
use
have a
it again.
project name as well. It's had a few names.
It did. Yeah. So my agents were like, so that's Star Wars. And I was like, cool, because I was really pretending it was Star Wars. So I'm glad that worked out for me. Yeah, and then they were like, so you got the part, you know that, right? And I was like, no, what happened to the other Latina they wanted? Never occurred to me that I was the Latina they wanted.
Dude, I still remember the dummy sides. This is my line. Well, I never said I actually beat him. I said I almost matched his record. Almost. Nearly. Very close. That was my Kaz line that every single time I was like, what does Kaz sound like? And I always like said that to myself and then went into my line. But Lex Lang did that also, remember? What was his line?
Yeah.
I'm coming for you, or whatever. What was that? Like
oh no, I remember the one he would use for the Emperor or something. He'd always like put his hands together. I don't remember.
he did one for Oscar Isaac. He did one for that.
Oh yeah.
Before they got Oscar Isaac. I'm coming for you. So he would just shout it and then start his lines. And I was like, oh my God, I love that. And it's like, maybe I'll do that. And so I took that from him, where I would say my line prior in my head sometimes or out loud to like know the vibe and the feel and the voice of my character. It was fun. It's a good trick. If you any voice actors who need that, try and utilize that. Once you create a character, get a little tagline that'll help you. No.
Right.
Oh, look at that. That's great. That's great. What was it like recording with some of the actors from the film, having Oscar Isaac and Gwendolyn Christie? Were they in the studio with you when they were recording?
Yeah,
Not Gwendolyn Christie. Not Gwendolyn Christie. I never worked with her. Again, I was lucky enough to work with Oscar Isaac. They kind of pulled me aside, like, hey, do you want to do this? I was like, yes, I would love to work with Oscar Isaac in New York. They flew me out there and I heard that he was doing Hamlet. So they actually got me tickets. Oscar Isaac got me tickets to see him perform Hamlet. So I watched him the night before perform Hamlet. He is probably one of the best actors I've ever seen. And then the next day, I remember thinking, I'm going to show up an hour early. I'm going to be ready. I'm going to be so like just on point for this guy because he's creme de la creme. And I walk, and I'm kind of like sprint walking as I try and get to the studio. And there he is. He's already sipping tea. He's like, hey, man, what's up? Love your character. You're doing great stuff. And I'm like, how did he beat me here? Like, what the heck? So we get into the room, and he's one of those actors that he's so talented that he kind of guides you as an actor. So you know kind of which way he's so good that you already know what he wants from you, right? But the trick is, to be a good actor, you kind of want to challenge the natural choice. And then you kind of want to give him something to challenge him to also make him have fun as well. So he would give me something and I would go with it. He'd give me something, I would go with it. And then I tried to hit him with the curveball. So it was like this ongoing tennis match, so that he was still being challenged as well. And he was doing Hamlet. At the point, he started getting steroid shots into his throat. So he wasn't sure if he was going to be able to do more than one episode. And I was just like, dude, let's just try and get as much as we can because this guy's time is precious and limited. So we started working together and we were laughing our butts off and we were having a good time. And soon enough, he was like, no, it's fine. I'll stay. Let's keep doing this. I'm really enjoying it. And I was like, and then Justin and Brandon were like, and Athena were like, you guys have so much chemistry. And I was like, it's not me, it's him. Like anyone can work with him. He's that good, I mean, he's amazing.
So when are you going to tell him he should work with me?
I called him. I'm texting him. He's blocked my number, I think. I'm like, listen, we're Myrna and Susie. No, he's a great guy. I don't have his number. I don't have his information. Don't blow me up, guys. It was a treat. Honestly, it was. I felt bad because I wasn't allowed to say anything, but at the same time, it's one of those opportunities you don't want to pass up.
I remember every time you would like go out of town or just come back from town, I would always be like, Christopher, just like give us a little, you in Avatar 2? You're in Avatar 2, aren't you, man? And he would just like squeeze, do that thing, and then like squeeze and not be able to say anything. And just like his face would just light up as like, I can't say it, but I want to say it. And those are just like the funnest moments of just trying to figure out what Christopher was up to next.
Are you guys working on some new projects right now? I want to know. I want to hear what you guys are working on. I can say I'm working on Netflix's You right now. We just finished filming. They announced me in the series. I'll be in season 3, 4 episodes. It's awesome. And then a couple of things.
Congratulations. Yeah. I've got a couple of episodes of Madagascar Gone Wild, A Little Wild, Madagascar A Little Wild out. It's just the cutest thing in the whole wide world. I'm not sure if I'm allowed to say exactly what character I am, but I am Latina in that as well, just not in human form.
So what character was it again? I missed that.
You know, not human one.
Not human one.
Oh no, yeah, working on something that I can't talk about, but soon you'll know. Pretty soon, hopefully.
Yeah.
So here's the other recording question. If you were able to sit and record with any artist and or actor of any time period, who would it be?
That's actually really funny because that automatically made me think about how Christopher was talking about acting as though it were a sport akin to tennis. And I'm like, I've never played sports. What do you mean, sir? But that's all I have to say about that. I haven't actually thought about the question. But in thinking about, I am thinking about who would be a good talk artist-wise.
I think I probably would be in a Shakespeare play, like, and I would be a man dressed up as a woman, as they did at the Globe Theatre, and I would be, you know, performing for the king or something. But I think I would go all the way.
So you would travel back in time.
Yeah. See, I had this conversation the other day, and I was asked if you could be from any period of time, what period of time would you be from? And I was like, I probably like, I love ancient Egypt, so I possibly would give that a go. And I love like Tudor England, and so it probably would be around there. And then my girlfriend was like, I would like just be like 15 years younger than now, because everything, like, she loves technology and progression and like where we are. And I'm like, actually, it would be a much easier life. But yeah, I feel like I would definitely, if I could work with anyone, it would be Shakespeare. Come on.
Another canon British statement.
I mean, I respect that. For me, I'm more entranced in like kind of what's happening now. Because I mean, I really have the utmost respect for actors these days, because it's a different form. It's stillness and subtleties, right? So for me, I wouldn't want to work with like a Meryl Streep and try my hand at working with somebody as eclectic as her and all of her characters and her choices. And of course, Anthony Hopkins, because who doesn't love those two, right? Like, I feel like they are the powerhouse, the amalgamation of what acting is for me. Like, and I see that and I go, if there were to have a master's class of acting, like, I would be front and center. And to work with them, I would have my Star Wars notebook like Susie, and I would sit and drink my tea like Myrna, and I would just be entranced.
Now that I'm thinking about it, I thank you guys for such good ideas. I agree that I think I want it to be more like someone that I could, if you're out there watching, I'd love to take classes from you. But like a Doug Jones, someone who does creature acting and is all like physical acting. I can't remember the name. If you guys watched Legion, one of the Terrys, the male Terry, I forget his real name. I'm so sorry. But like actors who like won't just have you sit there and talk with them, but someone who'll just be like, okay, get up, let's do the thing. While we're on this podcast, let's see what happens. Like that's where I think I differ, is that I from Christopher, is that it's I want it to be more of an experimental experience and just having fun with this meat costume we wear as actors, and have it resonate through the voice is something that I would find really fascinating. So yeah, like a Sam Witwer or a Doug Jones, or these people who use their bodies to create these voices.
Andy Serkis, Schmeagol.
Yes. Oh, Andy Serkis. Yeah. So if you're listening, Andy Serkis, I am willing to take class.
Or go crawling around on the ground with Benedict Cumberbatch for
dream date. So I'm gonna go learn how to be a dragon from Benedict Cumberbatch now.
Have you tried performance capture?
No, that's the new horizon. That was I got nothing done this pandemic, guys. So if you got nothing done, that's okay. But that is definitely like the horizon of what I'm a consummate learner. I love to learn stuff. So I think that's the next thing I want to learn. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
How about
It'll
you
be
guys?
interesting to see how that goes, especially with them experimenting with new animation styles for these shows, just to see how that's going to go in the future of the Star Wars stuff. I mean, they obviously use it a lot for the video games, but to see it actually applied to a lot of the shows and whatnot, that'd be interesting.
Mm-hmm.
Well, Erin, do you have anything else? I know we're coming up on time here soon, but
I was just looking at our time, and I think we're good. Any final thoughts on just the family that loves you, the Star Wars fandom that loves you and embraces you and the show? And if you were to meet a stranger on the street and you had to give them that elevator pitch of what Resistance is and why they need to watch it, what would your pitch be? And I want to hear Nina's, because I know how much Nina loves the show. I want to hear Nina's reply. What is her elevator
I'll go
pitch?
after.
No, maybe Nina should start to give us a general idea of what to say.
Start.
At least make us
really
prepared.
Well, as I said before, it's Star Wars for the everyday person, where you can actually see yourself jumping into the role and feeling it as the characters do, because it's relatable to the everyday person. It's on a level that transcends just movie magic, and it actually brings you into the characters because you could be the characters. There you go.
Dang. That's quite the pitch. Yeah. Cheers. Smooth jazz coming off that tongue.
Jazz. Mama. I don't know.
Well, you guys want to try at it, or you want me to jump in?
Do it, Kazuda.
That's the heart of the show.
I'd say, you know what? If you love Star Wars and you love your family, this is a show for you. Because,
Ooh, that's a good one.
I would say if you're looking to have a great time, if you're looking to have a great laugh, if you're looking to open up the Star Wars universe more, if you're looking to see beautiful art style created by Amy Beth Christensen, if you're looking to really just get lost in more of the Star Wars lore, then this show is for you. Because everything Star Wars is great, and you should take your shot at our show. No? Yes? Was that
Great.
Shark
I mean, I'd give it like a 6 compared to Nina's 10 out of 10.
Put you down at a -5.
I win again. This is golf.
I guess I'm talking a lot of smack, so I better throw one down too, huh? I would say that yes, this exploration of the Star Wars universe is for the entire family, even and especially if you think you don't like Star Wars. It's for the young girls who have never had a strong female role model. It's for kids and adults that love complex storylines and character development. And it's for people who also like, jokes about lost pets or farts. It's for everybody. And, what better time than now as well to really find the intricacies of a one-station planet. And we all know what it feels like to be trapped in one station now. So why not find your character that you can identify with through Star Wars Resistance?
Smooth jazz, baby. Smooth
jazz.
That's a
I
good
don't
one.
think I can come after that. I'm not sure I've got the elevator pitch together. Shall I go? Yeah, so I would say, Star Wars Resistance is a show. It has a little something for everyone. And if you want to feel good, like I sit down and I watch shows all the time and I have a specific thing that I want to do. And sometimes I just want to feel good and I want to laugh a lot with, the whole family. That's really cool. I could say something like, some heroes stick to the plan, others wing it. That's that was on our first poster, and I just thought that was kind of cool and kind of goofy and fun. Yeah. So yeah. So
what
I'm not getting it. I'm not getting
so good. So good.
Smooth jazz.
Dang.
Well,
Let me try again. Let me just.
Yeah.
No, I'm just kidding. No,
This isn't a competition.
It's not a competition. It's a friendly competition. It's a friendly competition. Well,
if I did it again, and you added my score together, it would still not match Nina's. This is ridiculous. I hate this.
Nina's pretty awesome. Nina's pretty awesome. Well, I was watching an interview with Dave Filoni, and he said when you strip away the lightsabers and the space battles and all of that auxiliary stuff in Star Wars, what you have is a story about family. And that is what Resistance is about. It's a story about family that you can watch with your family. And that's what I love about it. It's at the heart of what Star Wars is. So, all right. And with that, we're gonna finish up today.
Hot. Oh, that was good.
Still pretty much better than me, but Christopher, Susie, Myrna, thank you so much for joining Nina and I today. We really appreciate taking time out of your day to talk with us, sharing your experiences about Star Wars Resistance. And to everyone watching, if you've not watched it, go watch it. It's on Disney Plus. It's a perfect weekend binge. You're gonna love it. Don't forget, we are supporting First Robotics, so click that link below. Thank you everyone for joining us, and may the Force be with you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Yeah.
Hi, I'm Nicholas.
I'm Jordan, and we're in First Robotics Competition Team 1902 Exploding Bacon.
Hi, I'm Theo.
I'm Ethan.
And we're part of the Robotic Wolverines, which is a first LEGO League team.
A First Robotics competition team competes in a game challenge with a 125-pound robot against thousands of other teams around the world.
It's really exciting today to go behind the scenes with two Imagineers, Brian and Karin, and get to learn about their involvement in Star Wars Galaxy's Edge with the animatronics.
All right, guys, here we are at Star Wars Galaxy's Edge, the largest single land expansion that we've done in Parks and Resorts history.
Here at Blackspire Outpost on the planet Batuu, we have multiple attractions and a very immersive land for all of our guests to experience. My role in this was to help bring to life some of the characters through our audio animatronics, especially over in Rise of the Resistance.
Mine as well, partnering with all the different creative partners in Lucasfilm to help bring some of the show action and elements to life. Now we're gonna take a rare behind-the-scenes look at our animation training lab.
You guys are gonna really get to see behind the curtain here. What do you think?
That's great.
Yeah?
Let's go. All right, so here we are at the animation training labs.
We kind of have a progression here of different hand technologies. So down at the end come from an A1 figure.
A lot of these come from 1960s and World Fair technology.
More recent, we've been designing with electric.
Is the advantage of the electric actuators more precision in the controls?
We definitely get a little bit more control, so you can get a very specific performance.
The robots that we build might have just maybe like 2 actuations to pick up a box or something like that.
When the Imagineers took us to look at the animatronics, I found it very interesting to see how all the different moving parts work, from moving of fingers to the moving of eyebrows.
This is one of our prototype arms that we've been working on that kind of helps show the range of motion. So again, it's all about the storytelling and trying to pick the right tool for the right job to tell the right story for our characters.
It's interesting that you mentioned having to pick the right tools and different approaches. In First Robotics, we have to do a similar thing, working within our own capabilities to see what we're able to accomplish.
I see a lot of these things and I'm just more and more excited that first is it being able to prepare me. At least I know what this stuff is to a certain extent. It was very clear that the technology that we use is used in many of the same ways here at Star Wars Galaxy's Edge, and it's very inspiring to know that the First Robotics competition is going to prepare me for future careers, potentially right here at Disney World.
One of the best parts about being on the first team is if you think of an idea, you can build it, test it to make sure it works. And if it doesn't work, try a different idea.
I also love the community that First offers. Everyone's really supportive of each other.
Being a force for change really means a lot about sharing everything. Whether we're teaching each other on our team through our challenges, or we're remotely connecting with international teams, or even our programs like First Like a Girl to bring up awareness for women in STEM, it's really uniting everyone together.
This year, Disney and Lucasfilm are teaming up with First Robotics as part of Star Wars Force for Change philanthropic initiative.
We're on a mission to inspire the next generation of heroes and innovators.
To learn more, go to firstinspires.org/firstrise.
DZ8397 and I, TK14057, would like to welcome TK6590, better known as Steve Sansweet. Steve, thank you so much for taking the time out of your busy day to chat with us about your 15-year career with Lucasfilm.
15 years? That's, wow. It seems like 50. No, it seems like it just went like that.
Speaking of, so in 1996, you were hired as Director of Specialty Marketing, which was later changed to Director of Content Management and also Head of Fan Relations. Especially for the Fan Relations position, were these newly created titles?
When I was hired in 1996, it was really to go around the country for 1 year only. One of the titles suggested at the time was Star Wars Ambassador, but the then president of Lucasfilm decided that that was a little too businessy. I have the unofficial title of Star Wars Ambassador and have had since the beginning. I sort of like that a lot better than Director of Content Management, although that took up some other parts of the job that I had. And I sort of added the fan relations part because that's what I spent a lot of time on. Mm-hmm. And that first year was going around to conventions in the US and some abroad and talking about what was coming up for 1997 and and maybe beyond. So that was a very exciting year. And then after that year was over, they just forgot to fire me for 15 years. So one of those things that happens, you know. Big company, you get lost. Nobody knows you're there.
As you alluded to, the new, or the title, fan liaison, or the function, I guess, allowed you to travel the world to conventions.
Well, they had asked me. It was funny when Lynn Hale, who is director of communications and now is vice president of communications, still there, called me and said, "Do you know anybody who might be interested in a one-year only job to go out and talk to fans? And we're thinking of maybe we really want our own person and not somebody who reports to Fox but reports to us, and we'll do up some video and photos and behind the scenes and show how we're changing the special editions, and we want to get people aware of them, fans aware of them and excited." It was I said, maybe something that we should talk about. I mean, she was calling because she was hoping that maybe I would be able to do that while I was a full-time bureau chief at the Wall Street Journal in Los Angeles. As it turned out, my time at the Journal was slowly coming to an end or about to change, because I had been bureau chief in Los Angeles for 9 years, which was about 3 times the amount of time that a bureau chief usually was in one location. Mm-hmm. And so they offered a job back in New York as an editor, to start a Southern California edition of the Journal, or to become a super reporter. And I wasn't particularly interested in any of that, so I decided to go talk to Lucasfilm, because that was a place I always fantasized of being, and to be behind the scenes. And I already knew some of the people there because I was reading some books for Lucas. We had a chat, and I said, yes, I'd be interested. And they said, well, we're thinking of if you could do as many as 8 to 9 conventions during the year. And I ended up doing about 40. And I met so many wonderful people, and that was the start of what has become life devoted to Star Wars fandom.
The meeting of the fans, you know, that's something that you haven't experienced before, you know, as Wall Street's LA, you know, bureau chief. What was the first ever convention like? Do you remember where that was? And how did the fans react to you, I guess, or to the Star Wars news of the special editions coming up?
Yeah, the very first convention was something that I had really little experience on, and I went with Howard Rothman, who was the head of licensing at Lucasfilm, and the guy who really knew Star Wars better than just about anybody at the company except for George. Howard gave the first presentation. It was at the University of Texas, and I went there, sat in the auditorium with Howard. We had gone over this before, but I was taking notes busily as a reporter. I was on the next day. We did a 2 days of presentations. And so that was the basis of my presentation, what Howard had just sort of given extemporaneously, because he knew it so well and knew what was in all the clips and things of that nature. Harry Knowles, who founded Ain't It Cool News, which is still around, but I mean, it was when he launched it, and shortly thereafter became the biggest phenomenon on the internet as far as fans and movies, and Harry is an incredible guy himself. But he says in a book that he wrote about Ain't It Cool News that he was so excited by the presentation that I gave and the clips that I showed that he went home and immediately wrote something up and posted it online. And that was sort of the inspiration for Ain't It Cool News. I was always excited after I read that it had that kind of effect on one person. And the reception that I got all over the US, and then as I started doing some international conventions, was always great. And it was always wonderful to meet Star Wars fans. And this was something that I really followed in the footsteps of a lot of people from early in the day, going back 5 years after Lucasfilm was founded in 1971. It exists to this very day. And one of the reasons that Lucasfilm has so many fans out there, like the 501st and the Rebel Legion and the Mandalorian mercs and clubs and hundreds, if not thousands, of websites and podcasts and blogs and Facebook groups. It's just amazing. But it just shows what service to fandom can do for you and how it pays off and how long lasting it is.
So around the same time when you became Wall Street's LA bureau chief, there was a 10-year convention, what fans call lovingly Celebration Zero, but it was actually titled, had a much longer title. Did you attend this event?
I did. It was in 1987. It's the 10th anniversary convention put on by Starlog magazine, and it had George Lucas as a guest. We finally got George back at a Celebration convention many years later. It was the first time that he met Gene Roddenberry, and I was there for 2 of the 3 days of the convention. The day that I missed was the day that George spoke, because I had to fly back for my grandnephew's wedding.
So while we're on the topic of conventions, I was curious if you had any insight into how Star Wars Celebration came to be.
Oh yeah, I was there. And it really was 2 different parties coming up with the idea around the same time. And my boss, Jim Ward, who was the head of marketing, said, you know, we really need to do something to approach and get the fans excited about episode 1. Not that they weren't excited already and were even more excited after the trailer came out in November of 1998. But we started talking about things like, he said, how about we have some sort of a fan convention, a fan fest, and we have it in 5 different cities on the same weekend. And I said, let me give Dan Madsen, who is head of the fan club and the Insider magazine, a call. And as it turned out, Dan and his people have been talking about the same thing, some sort of an event to get people excited about the episode 1. And so after much talk and a list of about 100 names, including Fan Fest and Star Wars Jubilation and Star Galacticon and Star Wars Celebration, and that became the name. And then Dan wanted it someplace close by. The convention center was already booked, and so we went to the Wings Over the Rockies Air and Space Museum, which was on an abandoned Army base or Air Force base. The idea was to try to use some of the buildings there, but none of them were really usable. And so we got tents, and we got the 50-year rains that were totally unexpected. So it became more of a mudstuck, and that's the way Star Wars fans remember it. The leaky tents and the water in the dealer's tent on the ground, and yet it was amazing, and people loved it. And it was the camaraderie and the fun and the excitement of being together with fellow fans. And I think that is the hallmark, not only of our Star Wars celebrations, people coming together and seeing people that they only get to see at Celebration once every couple of years, but that's the hallmark of Star Wars fandom as a whole. It's that coming together of fandom that makes Star Wars so great. And I think, again, that's something that was in Lucasfilm's bones from the beginning. It really all goes back to 1976 and a guy named Charles Lippincott, who many of our listeners have heard of. And Charlie was vice president of marketing and merchandising and advertising and publicity. And his business card had 3 lines on it because he was doing so much. And Charlie was very much attuned to the comic book world and the convention world. And Charlie brought Star Wars on the road. He said, we've got to get the fans out there interested in it, because I don't trust the movie studio to do a good enough job to really go out there and market this as a really special kind of move. Charlie went to about 4 fan conventions in the summer of 1976. And the 2 major ones were San Diego Comic-Con, which had only started up in 1970. A couple of months later, Worldcon, which was in Kansas City that year, and actually brought props and costumes from the movie and had some film footage to show. That's why people were in line for Star Wars when it first opened on May 25th, 1977. And lines were around the block, and that attracted the media. And that's how Star Wars, the hype was really real. It wasn't artificial hype. It was really excitement over this new movie and this new kind of movie.
Grassroots viral. That's the original.
It really is. There had been fan clubs in the past in the 30s when Buck Rogers and Flash Gordon were on the radio and did radio serials, and you could send away for your decoder rings and your special Superman rings and things of that nature. And when Bantha Track started as the quarterly newsletter for Star Wars, the first year it was licensed out, and then it was brought in-house and ran until 1987. It was pretty amazing, and it was not just Star Wars, but the other movies that Lucasfilm was doing at the time too. They had a whole team internally at Lucasfilm, and many of the things that they started back then have continued to this day at Lucasfilm. And that's, if they get a question from a fan, they reply, whether it's written, whether it's an email. They answer questions. They're very attentive to the feedback that they get from fans, and that's sort of led to certain directions that things are done in. It's a pretty amazing legacy. Another part of that legacy is, again, early in the days of the internet, when fans started doing their own fan films. And we'll see if we can get George to buy into this. And so the Star Wars Fan Film Awards were started in 2002. We had trophies. George agreed to give on the video the top award, the George Lucas Selects Award. And it was a very exciting time to be in charge of fan relations at Lucasfilm during the prequels.
Let's jump forward to January 1st, 2007. Arguably probably the most amazing fanboy and fangirl moment of those Legion members who were chosen to parade in the Rose Parade in Pasadena. How did that all come about?
That was George's idea, actually. Jim Ward had become head of LucasArts at that time, and my boss at that point was Tom Warner. And Tom went for a meeting with George early in 2006 and came back and came into my office, closed the door and said, we're going to have a meeting on this later, but would you believe that George wants to do the Rose Parade to celebrate the 30th anniversary of Star Wars? And I said, fans have been asking for this for years. We've had the 501st folks say, could they march in the Rose Parade? I've always had to say, no, you have to spend money, it costs, we can't do that, it has to be official. And he said, and George wants them not only from as many states in the US as they exist in, but also from countries around the world. And so that's when we put together a team. My job was to select the Stormtroopers who would be marching, and other people were in charge of the floats. First, George didn't want to do floats, and then the Rose Parade people, who were very excited to have us, said, well, we have to have floats. And so then George got very excited and said, okay, we'll do floats, and we can have X-Wings and TIE fighters come down Colorado Boulevard. And they said, actually, we can't have anything that looks warlike. And we couldn't have the Stormtroopers with their guns either. But otherwise, it was a year of work. It sent the 501st into its giant orbit. Having all those folks come together and meet people, and Albin Johnson, the founder of the 501st, was there. Having people have that sense of worldwide fandom and coming together. This was something direct from the maker. It was his idea. And then we surprised people at a banquet that we had a couple of nights before the march.
Ladies and gentlemen, it's my pleasure to introduce George Lucas.
Thanks for volunteering for this special mission. This is a first campaign in our effort to rule the universe.
In the 2 years after that, the 501st just really added a tremendous number of men and women from around the world who were interested in joining, and helped build the 501st into the organization that it is today.
Yeah, I know those the men and women that were selected to participate, they still talk about that to this day as their, most treasured experience.
It wasn't easy picking people from discs and video, and I always tell the story about how we got one and I thought I was watching it in slow motion, and it was just how these folks from a certain country that I won't name weren't used to marching, didn't have a standing army. It looked like a funeral procession, but we wanted them anyway. Okay, we can only get more people from other countries. So it was a real challenge. Used everybody. So it was great fun. And it was wonderful to work with fans of every stripe. We worked with some of the Rebel Legion members at that time too, and some of the face characters that we got.
It's no secret that you've been collecting memorabilia for, since the beginning.
Secret.
So after your career at Lucasfilm, you put your main focus on the collecting side and opened Rancho Obi-Wan, a nonprofit museum that contains the world's largest Star Wars memorabilia collection. I know that a lot of work went into all that happening, and involved many dedicated people. But in my opinion, there was a seamless transition from your career as fan relations head to now being chairman and president of your museum. You still cater to the fans. You still interact with the fans when they tour. You go to conventions still, and those who can come to your museum, your setups at celebrations are always a big crowd drawer. So is that something that you imagine doing when you open the museum, that you would have the same sort of feedback or fan interaction?
The whole purpose of Rancho Obi-Wan is to share the collection with fans all over the world. You can have a collection, and if you have it in boxes or you have it locked up and nobody can see it, what good is it? I mean, you can walk through it, but the whole idea is that you can share it. They say almost invariably at the end of the tour, I had no idea. This was great. I had so much fun, because it's all about the stories. We have wonderful docents who tell a lot of the stories and the anecdotes, and it's that sharing and that ability to. It's not just a bunch of stuff. It's stuff from our childhoods. It's stuff that the kids today are excited about. So we go from the original Star Wars, or even like the year before the original Star Wars, to the Mandalorian.
You have a lot of fan-made art in your museum too, and I like your mission to accomplish, like you set out to accomplish, to inspire people to be creative.
That's a wonderful point, because I find that Star Wars fans, more than any other fans of any other of the genre series, movies, books, etc., like to play in the sandbox that George Lucas created. They become creative based on this amazing creativity that Star Wars is and has inspired. And so we've got people who have become artists because of Star Wars, and writers, directors, gotten into the movie business, gotten into the visual effects business. But we really love the fan art, and I've made a deep commitment in the collection. I mean, you know, if you have enough money, and I don't, I am not independently wealthy. But if you have enough money, you can buy a lot of stuff. But what really excites me is the fan-made items, the fan art, the beautiful fan art. And I've made friends with so many of the artists over the years and have had the ability to get them involved in Lucasfilm projects, which has been very exciting for me. The fan-made action figures, the fun things, the skeletons of Aunt Beru and Uncle Owen, Ewoking Dead, just this wild sort of political commentary using Star Wars parody figures, beautiful pieces like from my friend Marcos and Marco in Peru, that are Peruvian art done but in the Star Wars style. So there's just all kinds of things worldwide. You get the Russian Matryoshka dolls, things that just appeal to people in different cultures, and you see Star Wars filtered through different eyes and different cultural nationalities and things of that nature.
You were going to mention to us how you sort of pivoted during the pandemic for Rancho Obi-Wan.
When we realized that the pandemic was going to last for quite a while, we have done lots of videos over the years. So the virtual museum is very active these days. And this is our 10th anniversary of Rancho Obi-Wan. We opened in the fall of 2011. We have lowered the price and taken off all the levels. And so it's $10 a month to join the virtual museum, as opposed to the 5 different levels, which was a little confusing, and the higher prices. So we hope to attract more people to the virtual museum, and we have all kinds of things about some of the rooms, like some of my stories about my career, parts of the museum that you don't see on the live tours, which usually last about 2 to 3 hours and are done mostly by our docents these days. They're looking better these days, and we hope to open sometime late summer, early fall, when more people are vaccinated, and get back to what we love to do, which is interact in person with fans from all over the world.
Sounds great. We would love to come visit again. And for those who cannot come visit, like as I mentioned before, you have those beautiful displays at the celebration. So is that still in the works for next year, Anaheim?
Well, when they decided to cancel Celebration for 2 years, they said, we certainly hope to see you when we come back in 2022. So they're just starting their planning for that, although it's going to be earlier than we had thought. We are certainly hoping to be invited back, and very much look forward to getting back on the convention circuit and seeing our friends and having another great Rancho Obi-Wan exhibit. In the meantime, people can become a member of Rancho Obi-Wan by going to ranchoobiwan.org, signing up for the membership. You get your kit and your patch, and we have a way now of, if you've missed previous years, of signing up for a bundle for all of the years that you missed, and you'll get all the swag, all the patches, all the pins, and everything else. And you can become a lifetime member that way, the first 10 years, and join the virtual museum and see new video and photos practically every week posted.
Well, Steve, thank you again for making time to talk to us, and for sharing those unique memories. Some of the stories, I've never heard. I'm sure other people haven't. So thank you again.
There are many more stories where that came from. So I'll be here and hope to see you all in the not too distant future.
Hello, everybody. This is Alan Flyng here. I played a Stormtrooper and a Snowtrooper in The Empire Strikes Back. And in Return of the Jedi, I played the Imperial officer on the bridge of the Executor in charge of the failing deflector shields. Wasn't very good at that job, was I? And it gives me pleasure to contact you today and say that I'm very, very happy to hear that you are supporting charity, which you are, to celebrate the 50th anniversary of Lucasfilm, and I would encourage you all to give as much as you can. Thank you very much. I know you're always very generous. Thank you. Bye-bye.
What was your favorite panel?
So I have not watched all of them today. I did get to watch the last half with Paul Suling, or Paul Lee. And that was very entertaining, but I knew it was going to be because I met him in person before, and he was very entertaining in person as well. So that was my favorite.
Yeah. See, I haven't met him before. Neither have I watched his show, Kim's Convenience, but he was very entertaining. He was very motivated, and he loves the 501st. That's all that matters.
Yeah, it was sort of I don't know what the right word is. Just super cool that he is an actor in Star Wars, but he's looking at details like code cylinders and sleeves and knowing how picky we are about those kind of things and how we look at those kind of details, and he looks at those kind of details. So that was super cool. So the next thing that I'm sure people are really, really interested in is the rest of our programming. So we have technically 2 more panels going on today, East Coast time, but it's continuous programming. So we're gonna briefly kind of run down the list of what's starting at midnight Eastern time, and goes all the way through midnight again.
All right, so we start at midnight here. So that's Bill Kimberlin. He's special effects editor on Return of the Jedi.
And right after that one is going to be a panel with the Sith Lord detachment about Darth Maul makeup. And we also have something from the Polish Garrison.
Yep, and then we have journalist and associate editor for StarWars.com, Kristen Baver. She's going to be on the program, followed by a gamers panel that has, this panel has Legion members and also Natalie Cox. She was she played the role of June Eclipse in The Force Unleashed 1 and 2. And we also have TJ Ramin, and he was Del Mico in Battlefront 2.
All right, after the gamers panel, we have Mark Anthony Austin, which you're going to have to help me out on who this one was. Do you have
He played Boba Fett in the special edition in New Hope.
Gotcha.
And it's TJ Ramini, sorry.
After Mark Anthony Austin, we have Pink Force interview with Albin Johnson. So if you want to learn more about that charity program, definitely check that out. It'll be 5 a.m. Eastern, but obviously you can come back and watch this stuff at any point. But, or if you're on the other side of the world, it's not at a crazy hour.
It's true. We have another shout out, this time from the Luxembourg outpost.
It looks like at 6 a.m. is an Indiana Jones panel.
Yep.
I'm not sure if I have any details on that, and I'm not sure if I want to get up at 6 a.m. But
no,
check
I
it out
think it's
anyway.
about Indiana Jones.
Yes.
And so, we celebrate everything Lucasfilm, not just Star Wars. So Indiana Jones is definitely an important part of its history.
Mm-hmm.
And then we have, this is still before most people's bedtime here, or waking up time. Derek Arnold is coming, puppeteer and actor who worked as a creature and droid performer in The Force Awakens.
All right. I think he was also, was he the one that was Pow in Rogue One?
Let's give him that credit.
Okay, he is now. Well, Timberline Garrison submitted a video, and then at 8 o'clock in the morning, you'll get to listen to us again, and we'll, go through all the schedule again, just in case there's any changes or people missed this one. We got that. And we also have a shout out that I guess we'll keep a secret for now. There'll be a shout out there, and some more videos to explain what First is about.
And then we have Gary Tompkins. He is the senior art director on The Force Awakens, Solo, and Rogue One.
Let's see, then at 9 a.m. Eastern, we will have Brian Herring will be live. He's the puppeteer for BB-8 and also the Little Porgs.
That's right. And then somebody called Anthony Daniels. I have no notes about this guy.
Yeah, I'm not sure.
I'm not sure what he does. So.
Well, everyone will just have to tune in at 10 a.m. Eastern.
Yes.
And
see what this guy is all about.
Yeah. So he will obviously be live. He will be taking questions. So you'll want to be able to be there live. Okay. I'm not sure if I have notes on the next one.
I don't know. I'm as surprised as you are. We make this look easy.
Okay.
So I think
we'll have to check that one out too. Then at noon, Star Garrison is going to have a panel.
Yep. And this is probably the best panel title ever this weekend. At 1 p.m. Eastern, a beautiful misadventure in Hoth, snowtroopers, and where to find them.
Yes, you'll definitely want to check out that one. That one will also be live. Then at 2 o'clock Eastern is a Walking Wounded panel. So for those who are unfamiliar with sort of the little niche sub club, I guess you could call it, that was also founded by Albin Johnson. It's basically a nice gathering place for anyone who is wounded in any way, physically.
Yeah.
So that's pretty cool. That'll be at 2 o'clock.
And then we have composer Kevin Kiner at 3 p.m. Obviously, as you probably all know, composer of the Star Wars Clone Wars and Star Wars Rebels animated series.
Mm-hmm. Let's see. Yes.
Sorry, that's the best title. Sorry.
The prequel and Jar Jar Appreciation Power Hour. This is another one you're not going to want to miss. 4 o'clock Eastern.
Yep. At 5 p.m. Eastern, we have Corey D. Williams. He played the character of Klaatu and also doubled for his daddy in Return of the Jedi.
Next after that is the Wookiee Hour. That's at 6 o'clock tomorrow night.
And then we have at 7 p.m. we have special effects artist C. Andrew Nelson, and he's going to be interviewed by the Sith Lord Detachment.
And then speaking sort of Sith Lords, the creator of the Vader helmet, Brian Muir, he will be on at 8 o'clock.
Almost done, guys.
I know it's a long list.
At 9 p.m. Eastern, we have Tom Spina and Gordon Tarpley. So Tom is he has a company called Regal Robot. They create Star Wars decor, art, furniture, but he also does movie prop restoration. And Gordon is an artist and performer. And if anybody has seen the Jedi Temple Challenge, he performed AD3, the droid.
Very cool. So at 10 o'clock tomorrow night will be a panel with Martin Rizzard, who is not only a sculptor, but also they'll be talking about character and makeup and effects.
And then back at, are we still awake at this time?
I
Nikki?
don't know.
All right, well, if I'm here at 11 p.m. Eastern. Another update about everything that's been going on, about the donations, and we have more videos and more things of that nature.
Yes, and then we'll give you the next day's schedule so that you can make sure to tune into all of that. All right, what else do we need to update folks on? So the other thing that we are going to be doing, I don't know that we have any pictures to show you folks what these things look like though. So it's going to be sort of complicated, but we are going to be running a contest. And what we need all of you guys to be doing is using our hashtag 501st celebrates. And that's how you enter. If you're so inclined, we would also love it if you would share our videos, but basically the one rule that you need to make sure to do is if you're posting online about this, use the hashtag 501st celebrates. And then it'll be a random draw from the people that use that hashtag. And we have some prizes that were donated to us, like the Black Series Mandalorian helmet, the R2-D2 50th anniversary Lego set. So that just came out, I want to say for around May the 4th, maybe. So it's new this year. And then Lucasfilm also put together these 50th anniversary mailers, which is like a box that has, gosh, I think there's like 10 different action figures, all with the anniversary logo branding on them. So a bunch of different Black Series action figures and some of the 3 3/4 inch vintage collection ones. So that will be our prize pool, and hopefully we'll get some pictures up so you can see what the heck I'm talking about.
Yes, amazing prizes, and thank you for all the sponsors.
Yes. All right. So I think the last thing that we want to remind you guys is that we do still have 2 panels after we're done right now. It'll be Thomas Spanos's panel about how to create costumes from little references. And then Paul Blake, who is Greedo in the original trilogy.
Yep.
All right. Anything else we're forgetting, Marcus?
I think that's it. Guys, enjoy. For those who are just waking up overseas, enjoy the program, and we'll talk to you in the morning.
Yeah.
Take care.
My name is Thomas Spanos, and I am absolutely honored to be invited to speak to you today on this momentous moment in Star Wars history. I would like to speak to you on the topic of bringing a character to life from minimal reference, a costume creation journey, if you will. The concept being that we may be drawn to a character that may or may not have been realized in the physical, full-sized world. One where decisions must be made to flesh out the details that make a costume look and feel authentic. Oh, he's got his back turned to me now, but this mask helmet here is based on the first appearance of the Sith Emperor in Star Wars: The Old Republic, Emperor Viate, or Vitiate. I made this from screenshots of the video game character and then sculpted by hand. I would like to take a moment and introduce myself by way of my first experiences with Star Wars. I saw Star Wars in the theater, and I was 6. And a lot of things were new to me at 6, but this was something that has stayed with me my whole life. And I'm especially thankful to Mr. Lucas for that. Thank you. Star Wars brought about so many new changes in our society, from cultural references, the toys, and the costumes. Now, Halloween was always a big celebration at my house, and my mother especially brought home the point that costumes should not be store-bought. In the 70s, of course, everyone had the little plastic masks with the slots that you'd stick your tongue in and they'd get caught, and the frequently unrelated vinyl ponchos to accentuate the mask. In my house, that would not stand. Following Star Wars and the toys, one of the first loves of my Star Wars toy life was the Jawa. And I decided that I wanted to be a Jawa. So my mother laid me on the floor and made a robe pattern for me out of burlap. I then took my cowboy boots and polished them black. I used my father's 70s 3-inch wide belts as bandoliers, and a toy Ruger gun, which looked a little too realistic for today's safety tips. But also I mentioned that we didn't have black face makeup. I wasn't going to put shoe polish on my face. But my mother came up with another idea, and that was to take a wine cork and burn it and use the soot to darken my skin. The Jawas are pitch black. Finally, When it came to the eyes, my father came up with something of an ingenious invention. He took a pair of spectacles that the glasses had been broken out of, welded a pair of dashboard lights to them. We used orange nail polish to make them orange, and hardwired them to D-cell batteries. So when I walked at night saying Utini or trick, I got the most impressed looks because I was the only child, possibly for quite some space, that had light up eyes. That experience stayed with me and influenced how I dress and how I create. And I have to thank my fathers and my mother and my family for that. Some years later, decades later, I went to study Kendo. And Kendo is a sword discipline. And I didn't go in there to learn to brandish a lightsaber. I went in there to study. But turns out that a lot of Star Wars fans do gravitate towards Kendo. And I met someone who made their own lightsaber. And this blew my mind. My Kendogu, my classmate, Emily, recommended and offered to me to go to my first ever convention. And this was Star Wars Celebration 2. At the same time in my life, I had just stumbled upon the action figure for the Clone Emperor, and it blew my mind. What was this? The Emperor, and he's got a lightsaber, and it's a blue lightsaber. And I wanted to know more, and I learned about the expanded universe. The expanded universe was the term applied to stories from Star Wars that were not in the movies, and characters based on Star Wars that had not been seen in movies. And when I was suggested that I could go to this convention, I knew what I had to do. And I wondered, would there be many Clone Emperors there, or might I be the only one? I really didn't know. I'd never been to a convention, but I assumed that everyone wore costumes. I found that the references for this character beyond the comics were sparse. And the beautiful art that was in the comics was somewhat impressionistic. I realized, though, that to make a costume that was going to walk evenly at the same level with the other costumes out there, I would need to bring more to the table. My first approach were drawings. I looked at what reference there was and realized what was missing, what details I would need to flesh out. And I went through a shopping list, and I went and made several renderings of how I felt the character could come to life. There was, in fact, this action figure I had, but the action figure, again, it answered. The designers at that time drew from Imperials, But what I knew of the Emperor at this point in the Star Wars saga spoke of a Sith Lord. And I wanted my costume to reflect that. So I looked at references from the current movies. Darth Maul had this massive battle belt and these flowing robes. And the Emperor was, even as a civilian, very well appointed and well dressed. And I wanted the luxury and the menace to come together when I made my costume. I also realized that to really bring the character home, I would need to recreate or bring to life his accessories. Now, the Emperor had a blue lightsaber in the story of the Dark Empire. It was the first lightsaber he grabbed when he was attacked by Luke. So I set out to design my own lightsaber, and I knew at the time that lightsabers in Star Wars were made from existing materials to give them authenticity of age. But I decided I wanted to make my lightsaber the way I thought a lightsaber should look, especially an ancient lightsaber that would be befitting a Sith Lord. This is hand sculpted again in wax and then cast in aluminum with a port to allow for EL wire. That was the technology in the early fan-made lightsabers. Not nearly as bright or as exciting as the ones we have today, but really exciting for the time. I think I'll put this down here. I also realized that, well, not to get ahead of myself, while at the convention, I thought I would join the 501st Legion, which I was told was where you went if you had a bad guy costume and you want to be part of a larger community. Only when I approached them with my Clone Emperor costume, I was turned away. At the time, the membership officers didn't know anything about the expanded universe. I would help with that some years later. I also realized that there was a costume contest and that I would want to try and join that. And when I did...
Hello, my name is Robert Pariso. I'm with the June C. Garrison, and also joining us is John Saunders.
Hello.
And today we have the esteemed honor of talking to Mr. Paul Blake, who, as many of you know, is most famously known for playing Greedo in the Star Wars trilogy. This is part of the 501st Legion's event of 1138, where we're celebrating 50 years of Lucasfilm, and we're also supporting FIRST. And FIRST is a organization that inspires young people to be science and technology innovators. So please click the link, support, and we would greatly appreciate it. So, how are you doing?
We certainly will. We certainly will, Robert. In fact, any of you watching right now, please just donate on the link to First Robotics, as much money as you've got and more. In fact, probably go down to the bank now, I think would be quite a good idea. Maybe $1,000, $2,000, $3,000, something like that would be very good, because it's an extremely good cause.
Absolutely, absolutely. Thank you so much, Paul. So what brought you to acting? What led you down that path, Paul?
Oh, the easy ones first, eh, Robert?
Exactly. Let's, yeah.
a desperation, really, like most actors. I suppose I went to college to do English and drama, and my parents ran a little sort of theatre in.
Hello, my name is Robert Cariso. I'm with the Dune Sea Garrison, and also joining us is John Saunders.
Hello.
And today we have the esteemed honor of talking to Mr. Paul Blake, who, as many of you know, is most famously known for playing Greedo in the Star Wars trilogy. This is part of the 501st Legion's event of 1138, where we're celebrating 50 years of Lucasfilm. And we're also supporting FIRST. And FIRST is a organization.
Hello, my name is Thomas Spanos, and I am absolutely honored to be invited to speak to you today on this momentous moment in Star Wars history. I would like to speak to you on the topic of bringing a character to life from minimal reference, a costume creation journey, if you will. The concept being that we may be drawn to a character that may or may not have been realized in the physical, full-sized world. One where decisions must be made to flesh out the details that make a costume look and feel authentic. Oh, he's got his back turned to me now, but this mask helmet here is based on the first appearance of the Sith Emperor in Star Wars: The Old Republic. Emperor Viate, or Vitiate. I made this from screenshots of the video game character and then sculpted by hand. I would like to take a moment and introduce myself by way of my first experiences with Star Wars. I saw Star Wars in the theater, and I was 6. And a lot of things were new to me at 6, but this was something that has stayed with me my whole life. And I'm especially thankful to Mr. Lucas for that. Thank you. Star Wars brought about so many new changes in our society, from cultural references, the toys, and the costumes. Now, Halloween was always a big celebration at my house, and my mother especially brought home the point that costumes should not be store-bought. In the 70s, of course, everyone had the little plastic masks with the slots that you'd stick your tongue in and they'd get caught, and the frequently unrelated vinyl ponchos to accentuate the mask. In my house, that would not stand. Following Star Wars and the toys, one of the first loves of my Star Wars toy life was the Jawa. And I decided that I wanted to be a Jawa. So my mother laid me on the floor and made a robe pattern for me out of burlap. I then took my cowboy boots and polished them black. I used my father's 70s 3-inch wide belts as bandoliers and a toy Ruger gun, which looked a little too realistic for today's safety tips. But also I mentioned that we didn't have black face makeup. I wasn't going to put shoe polish on my face. But my mother came up with another idea, and that was to take a wine cork and burn it and use the soot to darken my skin. The Jawas are pitch black. Finally, when it came to the eyes, my father came up with something of an ingenious invention. He took a pair of spectacles that the glasses had been broken out of, welded a pair of dashboard lights to them. We used orange nail polish to make them orange, and hardwired them to D-cell batteries. So when I walked at night saying Utini or trick, I got the most impressed looks because I was the only child, possibly for quite some space, that had light up eyes. That experience stayed with me and influenced how I dress and how I create. And I have to thank my fathers and my mother and my family for that. Some years later, decades later, I went to study Kendo. And Kendo is a sword discipline. And I didn't go in there to learn to brandish a lightsaber. I went in there to study. But turns out that a lot of Star Wars fans do gravitate towards Kendo. And I met someone who made their own lightsaber, and this blew my mind. My Kendogu, my classmate, Emily, recommended and offered to me to go to my first ever convention, and this was Star Wars Celebration 2. At the same time in my life, I had just stumbled upon the action figure for the Clone Emperor, and it blew my mind. What was this? The Emperor, and he's got a lightsaber, and it's a blue lightsaber, and I wanted to know more, and I learned about the expanded universe. The expanded universe was the term applied to stories from Star Wars that were not in the movies, and characters based on Star Wars that had not been seen in movies. And when I was suggested that I could go to this convention, I knew what I had to do. And I wondered, would there be many clone emperors there, or might I be the only one? I really didn't know. I had never been to a convention, but I assumed that everyone wore costumes. I found that the references for this character beyond the comics were sparse. And the beautiful art that was in the comics was somewhat impressionistic. I realized, though, that to make a costume that was going to walk evenly at the same level with the other costumes out there, I would need to bring more to the table. My first approach were drawings. I looked at what reference there was and realized what was missing, what details I would need to flesh out. And I went through a shopping list, and I went and made several renderings of how I felt the character could come to life. There was, in fact, this action figure I had, but the action figure, again, it answered, the designers at that time drew from Imperials, but what I knew of the Emperor at this point in the Star Wars saga spoke of a Sith Lord, and I wanted my costume to reflect that. So I looked at references from the current movies. Darth Maul had this massive battle belt and these flowing robes, and the Emperor was, even as a civilian, very well appointed and well dressed. And I wanted the luxury and the menace to come together when I made my costume. I also realized that to really bring the character home, I would need to recreate or bring to life his accessories. Now, the Emperor had a blue lightsaber in the story of the Dark Empire. It was the first lightsaber he grabbed when he was attacked by Luke. So I set out to design my own lightsaber, and I knew at the time that lightsabers in Star Wars were made from existing materials to give them authenticity of age. But I decided I wanted to make my lightsaber the way I thought a lightsaber should look, especially an ancient lightsaber that would be befitting a Sith Lord. This is hand sculpted again in wax and then cast in aluminum with a port to allow for EL wire. That was the technology in the early fan-made lightsabers. Not nearly as bright or as exciting as the ones we have today, but really exciting for the time. I think I'll put this down here. I also realized that, well, not to get ahead of myself, while at the convention, I thought I would join the 501st Legion, which I was told was where you went if you had a bad guy costume and you want to be part of a larger community. Only when I approached them with my Clone Emperor costume, I was turned away. At the time, the membership officers didn't know anything about the expanded universe. I would help with that some years later. I also realized that there was a costume contest and that I would want to try and join that. And when I did, I realized another aspect of the Clone Emperor was his holocron. And so I made one of the first holocrons that I know of to exist. This is even before the ones were made for the visual dictionary. And I think my holocron might be the only one yet to incorporate the holograph of the gatekeeper for the holocron. This is the hologram of Jedi Master Bodabas. He's got fiber optics in his eyes to conduct the light brighter to his eyes than the body. And he also has a special feature which I used during the Star Wars Celebration 2 costume contest. He has the electronics from the video game, from the board game Ask Xandar. So when I wave my hand over the light sensor, he answers questions, or he did. I have to rewire it. It no longer works at the moment. But he would answer questions like an magic 8-ball. And in game mode, at the end of the game, he would answer a longer question, and it'd always start with a phrase. And during the costume contest, I went up, and you have to remember, back then, costume contests allowed people to use microphones. It's too dangerous to do today. But back then, no one knew any better. So I went up to the microphone, and Sir Anthony Daniels, C-3PO, was the MC, and he read my script. My script said, the Clone Emperor has been gathering his powers outside in the galaxy center on his throne world abyss, and he will now ask his captured Jedi holocron about the outcome of this costume contest. And when I went to ask a random question at Ad-lib, I accidentally pressed a button that started the win game scenario, and Bodabas replied, "You win!" The audience laughed. I turned it off, realized that's all I needed to do, and I did win. I won first place at my first convention in the villains costume category with my first costume. I later spoke with Trisha Beggar, I believe, of one of the costume artists at Lucasfilms, and she questioned me about the construction of my costume and complimented me on the craftsmanship, and then made some comments which led me to realize that I could improve upon my suit with. I later found myself looking through the Star Wars Insider magazine, and I flipped to a page and found the top 10 moments in Star Wars Expanded Universe. And I found myself as a Clone Emperor illustrated on that page, dead center. And I knew nothing about this article. I didn't know that I was referenced, but I was over the moon, and I made friends with the artist Joe Caroni, and I met many other artists that way. And through this vehicle, we connected and grew our love of the expanded universe together. I'm going to pause for a moment. Now, I say you can never have too much Durge. When I decided to make my Durge armor, I was looking at two characters side by side. There was the Dark Forces Dark Trooper and the Genndy Tartakovsky. Clone Wars, original Clone Wars, Durge. And I decided to go with Durge because he was a little more detailed and had more challenge to him. And it was something I thought would be more in keeping with what was popular. I didn't want to draw from something that was so obscure, no one would know what it was. As it turned out, the number of years it took me to complete the costume, the character had kind of blipped off of radar. But I found that in full armor, I kind of helped bring attention to this magnificent beast again. I had to start something new in order to make this suit. I had to learn some way to make hard armor. And with that, I joined, to do that, I searched out and found a new community in the dented helmet. And under the tutelage of a member I found there, under the screen name Judge Dwed, I learned the art of fiberglass. And I have been using it to this day. Special thanks to the dented helmet for that matchup. I found that in order to create this character, again, I looked at every reference I could find. There were several action figures that were actually very nice, and multiple 2D sources, including the animated shorts on the Cartoon Network and miniature storybooks from Dark Horse drawn in that cartoon style. But also Dark Horse had a more realistic style of the character. And no one source had all the elements I thought were necessary to fully render and bring this costume to life. So I merged them, and I added my own flair when I began to sculpt. And I sketched the character and painted the character over and over again, like Paul Dreyfus in, was it Paul Dreyfus? Oops, I had to double check. That was Richard Dreyfuss in Close Encounters of the Third Kind, who, in the quest to find this overwhelming signal, continued to sculpt and create what he later found out was where he was meant to go, Devil's Tower. And that's how I approached making this suit. Every moment I couldn't work on it, let's say I was riding on a train, I would draw the character and his armament and his weapons and his gear just over and over again till I could recite it and visualize it in 3D. And that is part of the process of bringing him to life. I used to be proud that when I first wore the costume, it would, owing to the way I designed it, parts of it would bite me and mess up my hair. I get helmet hair and bruises on my arms and legs. I even got a cut one time from the armor, and I was, tough and proud. Now I believe a better design would be something to be prouder of, something that didn't injure me to wear it. And that brings me into another thought, that to bring authenticity to your creation, ensure the fit. You might have to adjust the way a costume fits over time, but don't use your experience, whether you're going out on a costuming troupe or at an event at like a convention. If you realize, oh, this leg keeps slipping, or this shoulder keeps looking bad in pictures, use that experience and go back. Don't stick your stuff in a bin and forget about it, but say, you know what, last weekend this didn't fit me. I need to do something about that, and do it. Make it so that it fits better. Make it so it rides better. Make it so that when you turn, your costume turns with you. Because what happens then is when you have a better fit, you arrive at better comfort. And when you're comfortable in your suit, you become natural in your suit. And when you're natural in your suit, you create authenticity. Another consideration I want to address is when we talk about armor and big threatening characters, and you're in a public setting, unless you're in a spook house, the other conventioners around you are there to enjoy themselves and not to be threatened. If you get a charge out of upsetting a smaller person or frightening someone, go work at a spook house. Don't do that with your costume. How you act in your costume speaks to you speaks of your character as a person. And again, it's don't menace your fellows. We're all here to enjoy the same universe. Another concern that this armor brought about was that of health. You've got to know your limits. Make sure that when you make an armor, for instance, something unforgiving, you allow your body to breathe. If you make something that constricts your airway, or your sight, that's not a safe costume. And all being tough aside, it's not successful if it endangers you. I have another story, and if you'll excuse me for just one moment. I am Gaynor Krieg, Knight of the Empire. When we go to conventions, we have a unique opportunity to meet a collection of the artists and actors responsible for bringing this galaxy from so far away to life for us. Not just seated behind booths. Sometimes those artists are walking the aisles as fans. And actually, I believe we're all fans. At one such convention, I had the immense opportunity to make the acquaintance and later the friendship of the very talented and influential artist, Jan Duursema. Jan, at the time, told me that she was looking for new and interesting faces. and she asked to take my portrait for reference in case a new character in anything new came up that she felt would be ideal for me. A couple months later, I received an email stating that if I agreed, she would very much like to use my likeness for a as yet undisclosed project. Jan told me that I could be in it, but that she couldn't tell me anything about it until it was made public and available in stores. And when the day came, I rushed to my comic book store and I flipped through the pages wondering what I might have inspired and be inspired by in return. And I discovered that Jan had drawn me into the character of Imperial Knight Gainer Creek. And I couldn't be happier. I was honored, and I had become a Star Wars. I literally had become a Star Wars. And of course, it was my duty to sculpt the armor that my character was seen to wear. Now, not everything that I considered elemental to the armor was visible in the comics. And I came up with solutions by drawing over, again, what made sense based on the different views of the armor as presented by Jan, and what I already knew to exist in other Imperial armor. And as I sculpted, I had the absolutely unique opportunity to get input from the creating artist. And Jan, with the most utmost respect, helped me to make live edits in my clay. And when afterwards, I produced the armor in fiberglass again, and continued to model for the character for 5 years, both as the face and the armor set. I learned a couple things at this juncture. One, that to bring authenticity to the character by reaching out to the creating artist. Sometimes they're available, and sometimes they are more than happy to lend a hand. You have to feel them out. If someone's busy, they're busy. I also learned that in order to make this suit, I needed a body cast. And one of the things I learned at that time is don't suck in your gut to impress an ex-girlfriend who's helping you with a body cast. This might sound humorous, but when you make armor, it's rigid. And if you make armor to a sucked-in gut, it's going to make it hard to breathe later on, unless you lose some weight, which I have. But that not being whatever the case, you need to be true to your body. And if your body has one shape, you need to make your armor impressive to that shape. Celebrate your body. And in turn, the costume will fit naturally. And when it fits naturally, again, you can bring authenticity back to your character. I loved being this character, and I still love being this character. But there was one other event that made this amazing, and that was when, at a party at Celebration 4, Daryl DePriest of Hasbro's Boys Division came up to me and informed me that his company was making an action figure of me as Ganner Creek. I still get shivers about that today. And I want to make a distinction. Having a toy made of you is a cool honor. Having someone have faith in you and see you as that character it's spiritual, and it can't be replaced. I have another example to share with you. The most exotic character that spoke to my interests was Darth Bane. Not simply because of the opportunities for true organic sculpture, but because of my studies in entomology and my 20 years experience as the lead illustrator for the Encyclopedia Britannica. You see, at Britannica, I specialized in insects and arthropods, and when this incredible character came to my attention, I was just stuck. That was something, he was something I needed to be. And when I began this journey with this costume, Drew Karpyshyn hadn't begun his book. The books that he drew upon hadn't been printed yet. I didn't get my information from the New Essential Guide, Images of Darth Bane, which came before The Rule of the Two. I found my inspiration from the very first book to feature an illustration of Darth Bane, and that being Star Wars Secrets of the Sith by Lucas Books. I mention this from the idea that when you want to create a character, you need to research your reference. And don't be satisfied with the first things you find in Wikipedia and the first things you find online. Get it in your hand and keep going. Keep digging. There may be more to a character than what grabs your interest immediately. I found, after looking at these references though, and everything that had come to exist at that point in my costume discovery, that they didn't quite suit my needs. That the design of the parasitic obelisks on his body were incongruous with what I knew these fictional symbiotes, well, parasites, needed to do. And I drew from my own knowledge and my own exotic references, not trilobites, but isopods and chitin. I bought physical specimens from a biological supply to study as I designed and worked over the details of how these hard-shelled exoskeletons might exist. And I designed my own helmet based on what it was supposed to do, and that is chiefly to repel these critters from growing on Lord Bane's visage. They were good body armor, but not so good if they cover your nose and mouth. I realized I was making a departure from the established references, but I was careful to take every aspect of those references and bring them to new life with new design. This brought up another important lesson. It's my costume, my rules. And something I believe in strongly, that where references are lacking, we may choose to make our own. And if you make them strong and you believe in them strongly, they will carry your characters from a sketchbook into reality. Again, I've done this costume, I've worn this costume for almost 15 years now. And in that time, there have been numerous redesigns and reboots, total reconstructions of what the character is and what he appears as. And that's all right. That's fine. This is my character, and this is now my Darth Bane. And I believe when I put on this helm, I bring him to life like no other. Again, I can't stress enough how once you wear the costume, you experience it, you need to react to it. And if it's not fitting right, you need to reshape it. If it's not moving right, you may need to redesign it. And don't be afraid to do it in steps. Again, fitting and comfort come back to make a more natural presentation, and a more natural presentation makes the experience real. I have some final thoughts I'd like to share. These are other tools I use when I'm trying to bring a costume to life. If the character is, again, represented only in 2D, that could imply that some views will be missing. Before I commit to a full-blown sculpture, it's nice if I have a good map or plan to study. For in 3D terms, this means, well, for me, a maquette. And a maquette being a small version, or a small sculpture, quick sculpture, to guide me as I make the full armor, or mask, or prosthetic. Right now, my beloved Durge is scheduled to make a comeback, this time under the Marvel banner. And when I first saw the cover for the comic that he is to debut in, I made my own maquette. And this is quite a bit different from what I sculpted in 2004, I want to say. But I look forward to trying on new armor with my 15, 20 years of experience in shaping and creating, and the lessons I've learned along the way. I think sometimes we may need to draw from, if we have a character, let's say a new Imperial officer, and we don't have reference for what the back of the officer might look like, I say to build the costume, filling in for those missing components, using other like reference that we can say, oh, well, the back of this uniform is plain, just like all the other Imperial officers. And unless some new information comes to change that opinion, that will stand and perhaps even become the standard. Beyond drawing a character or even sculpting the character, another quick tool for imagining and bringing character to life is photo editing, where you can take your own person, perhaps, and play with an actual 2D digital image, using parts from other costumes you found, or other parts you'd like to incorporate, and build a 2D image on a digital structure as another form of sketch to realize your dream. Finally, I like to suggest, excuse me, I might pause for just a moment. This one's for Steve. Finally, I'd like to suggest that in the search to bring a character with minimal reference to life, one should consider that character's motivation. I recently fell in love with a character from the adaptation of the Star Wars screenplay. And after all of the hype and press release images, the character itself existed for 2-3 pages and just a handful of panels. But I looked at what the character did, and I decided, looking at the history of other similar characters in the Star Wars universe, what this character's motivation might be. And in doing so, I began to see more clearly, beyond the few panels, that the character existed in a comic, and what that character's life might be and his purpose could be. And that made choices in the fabrics I used and the cut. And some choices were different than what I saw in the comic. But I felt firmly that these choices help bring the character to life, which has always been my goal. I'll leave you with the thought that this is about having fun. That when you make a costume you enjoy, confidence can follow. And that confidence will show in the way that you step. Others will pick up on that. They'll see that joy and respond in kind. And their excitement will recharge your own. And that moment becomes worthy of celebration. Speaking of which, I hope to see you there next year. And feel this power flow throughout your every creation. I was told that I could have guests, and I can think of no other force more essential to this journey than my own mother. Oh, I gotta put the thing down here.
44 years ago, we took Thomas and his baby sister to see Star Wars. She's now 44 years old. She was like 2 months old when we took her, and it was almost to the day. Gets it?
I was 6 years old. She would have been
2 months.
2 months. Sure. Oh, I hope she remembered the film.
I don't think she did. She slept through the whole thing.
I love you, Mom.
I love you too.
And I thank you for launching me onto this journey.
Okay.
May the force be with you. Blessed be. See that's you up there? Yeah, over here. See your eyes?